Okay, so we've had 2 good days of discussions. We've introduced the concept of financial inclusion, what it means for women in particular, right? Because it is a concept that applies to everyone, men and women. We heard great, some powerful insight from Ms. Irving, for example, from the National Women's Commission about just a fundamental misunderstanding that we may sometimes have about gender, right? We automatically think, we intuitively think, you hear the gender term and you think, oh, it's only women, or because of, the increasing salience of genderism across the world, you think about marginalized communities such as the LGBTQ plus communities, transgender community, etc. But gender really is cross-cutting, of course, men and women. Financial inclusion is important to both, and this workshop, we believe over the past few days, we've shown especially how important it is to women because of all the stereotypes and the barriers that they already face in their day-to-day lives, no? Unpaid care work, for example. Women have to stay home. It's often, it's typically assumed that the woman or the wife will stay home, will take care of kids, will take care of sick relatives, will take care of their family members. I heard a good, an unfortunate aside anecdote yesterday from Ms. Renault from the DFC. She said that she had a client whose father was very successful in the North, had a lot of property. She was the only girl among several sons. And when the father passed away, all the sons got a piece of land, and the piece of land that was for her went to her husband. Right? And the mindset was that, well, it's his job to take care of you, so really the land should be in his name, right? And we still battle with this. These things still exist in Belize, especially in rural communities. And this is kind of the uphill battle that women face, Financial inclusion, as we've seen from the discussions with the panelists, really is just one component of a larger ecosystem. So financial inclusion is simply one component in this large ecosystem of services and products that women need, whether they're entrepreneurs or not, to be able to survive, right? We heard from Ms. Menzies speaking about the importance of logistics and just being able to connect entrepreneurs across the country, right? Being able for someone from Belizean to connect with an entrepreneur from PG and buy products made down there. Providing the logistics behind that. The access to capital we've heard from Ms. Renaud and Atlantic Bank. Identifying some of the salient issues for entrepreneurs, especially women entrepreneurs in record keeping, in financial management, and helping them address these issues because they understood the banks have come to the realization that, well, if we just continue with the status quo, what we'll have is low levels of capital being issued to entrepreneurs, probably similar default rates because we're not helping them to be more responsible, we're not helping them to be more prudent, right? So the banks have caught on and the banks have largely now, to some extent or other, developed products and services catered for MSMEs and women in general. We heard from Ms. Renaud from the DFC about their women-centered product to help women entrepreneurs, right? And then on the policy side, yesterday's afternoon discussion, we heard about the issues that we face. The data issue is a salient one in Belize. The ability to measure status quo, where we are today and where we want to be. We'll recap some of these issues here as well. But the purpose of today's discussion is really to talk about what is actually being done to address some of these issues, both globally and nationally. I'll go over the National MSME Strategy, which is an important document. It was completed in 2022. There has been some implementation of it. The government, not too long ago, I think late last year, announced a whole slew of interventions and policy changes that they were going to do to kind of incentivize formalization and to help entrepreneurs across the country. One of them being a tax amnesty period, I think 4 years. If you come in and register your business, you get 4 years free from income tax or business tax to kind of get you to come in and to get out of the informal market. We know, for example, that a lot of women entrepreneurs and business people in Belize are in the informal market, which is dangerous, right? They lose any rights, they lose any legal protection, right? And they remain vulnerable to, predatory, a predatory legal system, predatory social and cultural system that kind of preys on women and vulnerabilities there. So it's in our best interest to get them out of that informal sector into the formal sector. So a recap of the issues, right? In Belize, limited provision of payment services. This is starting to change. Yeah, sure.
One question, would that be like something that happened in my shop and her pepper? Was she in the informal industrial welfare? What do you call it? Her name brand was stolen?
I didn't even know about that. So her name was stolen?
Yes, right? Yes, it was. She was in the informal.
So that's a great point. And
because she had not yet registered her trademark. Melinda's. Yeah, it was Melinda's.
So yes, Melinda's from Mexico. I think it's essentially like a hardware copy of Marie Sharp, right? But that's a good point. And Miss Blake from DigiWallet spoke to this. And this is another deficiency that we have in Belize. You know, how difficult it is to trademark something, to gain intellectual property rights over something. If you come up with a business name, like Facebook, for example, should be relatively straightforward to trademark that name, copyright that name, right? In Belize, that process is, like many processes that we have to do in the public sector, cumbersome, expensive, timely. Ms. Menzies mentioned the trade license regime, right? I don't know if it's changed, but when we were working on the MSME strategy and we spoke to some stakeholders from Punta Gorda, they said that they had to come into Belmopan to register the business name from Punta Gorda, right? And then get that first before they have to go back to PG and get the trade license, right? And then sometimes they might tell you at the trade license at the town council that, well, you need this document and well, the vital statistics in Belmopan. So you have to go back to Belmopan, catch a bus, right? And these things are serious barriers to entrepreneurship and economic development, right? So, but thanks for bringing that up. And she, luckily, Marie Sharp now is a flagship Belizean company. But I'm sure she struggled, and I mean, when did she open? 30 years ago, I'd imagine. It's always been around, I think, from I'm a child. So imagine the structural barriers that she was facing in that kind of, especially male-dominated era, right? But again, she faced the problems that women today are still facing, and that's the unfortunate part, right? That there's been very little progress in terms of how we address these things. So a recap of the issues that we've highlighted over the last few days. So limited provision of payment services, right? One aspect of being an entrepreneur is, of course, I sell and I collect payment. And that becomes difficult in a society dominated by cash, right? Such as Belize's, where without cash, you're kind of hamstrung, you can't get things done, you go to a shop and they tell you need to buy a minimum of $10 to use your debit card, etc. You go to the ATM, there's a massive line. Some areas don't even have ATM. So I was in PG again on a project, and I took it for granted that, well, when I get there, I'll get cash, right? And I got down there, and my particular bank didn't have an ATM there, right? And these are real things that people face day to day, right? I gave the example about feeling unsafe when you go to the ATM. How many in this room probably wouldn't feel unsafe going to an ATM at 3 in the morning, but it's different for a woman, right? Lack of sex disaggregated data, that's another huge issue, right? We simply don't differentiate enough in our national statistics to know what's going on. We have, in most cases, outdated data, right? When it comes to key indicators such as, education. One of the major data points that I think we lack, for example, we always talk about this brain drain. I've never been able to hear a number on, well, how much Belizeans live and stay abroad, right? We hear that's such an issue of brain drain. Tell me how much. Is it 40% of all high school graduates decide to stay when they go study abroad? I studied abroad, I came back, but I have peers that didn't, right? What's the rate? We don't have these data points to know. If we had them, we could say, hey, you know what? For some reason, women are staying at a much higher rate than men. What's going on? Well, it could be that they face better opportunities elsewhere, right? Negative perception towards women entrepreneurs, again, and this is kind of a feedback loop, a feedback cycle you have because of these structural barriers in place. Women choosing, not foolishly, rationally, to be in the informal sector because that's where they can make ends meet, right? That's where they can get ahead. But then we attach culturally and socially we attach a negative perception to women entrepreneurs. They operate informally. They don't register. They don't pay tax. Right? Again, they remain vulnerable when you're outside of the legal system because you're not registered. You remain vulnerable to any person that wants to take advantage. Right? The preference of financial service providers towards larger loan sizes. So not only the larger loan sizes, but collateral backed loans, right? But we've heard from the finance service providers that their hands are tied in certain respects, right? And that's why the discussions throughout these last few days are important because we want people to see from both sides, right? We have the demand side. On the demand side, we know the issues. A lot of MSMEs and entrepreneurs might not have the financial records they need to be able to dialogue with a bank, right? Because you have to speak the bank's language when you get into the bank. Banks are doing their best to kind of come down and speak in terms that the entrepreneur can understand or can cope with, but there is still a lot of work to be done to kind of bridge that gap, right? To minimize that gap. And then low levels of education and literacy affect women's digital financial literacy, right? And financial literacy in general. I showed you some statistics from the SEIA done as part of the MSME strategy. The fact that around 50%, I will go over this, 50% of all respondents didn't know what a bank overdraft was, right? One of the simplest, one of the most common financial instruments or services you can get, right? Something actually I was discussing with a colleague the other day. In Belize, you go to the bank and you get savings accounts. That doesn't happen in other places of the world. You get a checking account. A savings account is to save. But in Belize, you get the savings account, and what do you do with that savings account? Well, you spend all that every day. So how are we supposed to build a culture of saving if the one account you have is the one where you do everything in, right? And that's supposed to be your saving account, right? So what's the state of women entrepreneurship globally, right? So we know we've heard this throughout the days, but just to summarize some of the primary issues, and these are global indicators. Women are 25% less likely than men to start a business again across the world because of the structural barriers they face. Profits of women-led SMEs hover around 50% those of men, right? The average is reaching out to customers, right? We heard Ms. Irving speak about the importance of networking, right? And the networks that men are able to build because they are included from a very early age in decision making, right? Young girls you might have in the household being excluded, saying, "Don't worry about the finances, I got this," right? Leave it up to dad. Leave it up to your brothers, right? And then that exclusion, has long-term impacts, right? Those networks aren't built, and then they're at a disadvantage in the future. Women are 36% less likely than men to have high growth expectations, right? And these are social and cultural perceptions of what women can achieve. Early stage firms that can access capital are able to grow 30% faster. So there is a pathway out, but we're not giving them the kind of capital they need to move ahead, right? To grow, right? COVID-19, a major crisis, just led to a further deterioration of the landscape in terms of women's economic empowerment. So we have women-led firms having their loan applications rejected at twice the rate of male-led firms, right? So precisely when they needed capital because of the downturn, the economic downturn because of the pandemic, that's when they weren't getting it, right? Women were more likely than men to report business closure, and this was also true in the SEIA for Belize, right? Women in general fared worse due to overrepresentation in service industries, right? We know this for a fact in Belize. What's the first industry that went to zero? Tourism. And who is primarily employed in the tourism industry? Women. Waitresses, housekeepers, receptionists, across the board, right? Women have to cope with a sharp rise in domestic responsibilities. This is another major one, and we saw this as well in the SEIA when we asked respondents, if you had to cut hours from work, what was the reason? And primary response from women was, well, I had to now take care of the entire household because kids weren't going to school anymore. So I have to stay home and do everything with them. And that's still happening now, for example. I have some friends that have kids, and apparently a lot of the school is now still being offered remotely. right? And you have to stay home with the kids because you can't leave them with anyone else, or it's difficult to find someone else, or it's expensive to find someone else, right? There's a $1.7 trillion financing gap across the world in terms of women entrepreneurs. This is what they need to be able to expand and to be able to grow at the same rate as men-led companies, but that gap is persistent. $1.7 trillion, right? There are 115 countries across the world where women face legal constraints to entrepreneurship that men do not. Right? We've heard about some of the local constraints that women face. The fact that assets are often placed in the name of men in families. The fact that it's very difficult for women to be included in financial decision making in the household and to own assets outright. Right? Less than 2% of global value chain purchases are from women-led firms. Right? We've heard from our entrepreneurs, there is nothing stopping, well, I rephrase that. There's a lot stopping our women entrepreneurs, such as Ms. Griffith from Hello Body and Ms. Palayo from Sangrelia, accessing global value chains, right? But we see those issues keeping them back. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any issues, but we see the barriers keeping them from accessing these global value chains, right? Ms. Griffith gave a great example about the fact that if she sends a package with her products, it'll be destroyed in San Francisco, right? Because the EU or destination countries have strict rules and protocols on, the chemical composition of products, right? Health and safety concerns, and that in Belize there is no option, or not a feasible option at least, to have these things tested and certified, right? 3 to 5 times more time spent by women on unpaid care than men, right? We just went over this as well. The fact that women are burdened by these domestic responsibilities that don't let them, or that prevents them from being able to exercise their entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial abilities, right? And why is this so, given the fact that we are, by many measures mostly estimated by international institutions or agencies, we are pretty good when we talk about entrepreneurial intentions, for example. So in terms of, this is from the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, right? A global, as a survey done almost every year by the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor with partner agencies in each country to kind of gauge what entrepreneurship looks like, what's the state of it, what are some of the obstacles, right? So in Belize, for example, the percentage of 18 to 64 of people between ages of 18 to 64 who are latent entrepreneurs and who intend to start a business within 3 years. Latent meaning, again, you have that potential to start a business, right? You have aspirations to start a business, you just haven't done so, right? 42.9%, higher than the US, right? Higher than the US, which we hold as, this paradigm of a free market economy, right? In countries such as Honduras and Nicaragua, there isn't even data, right? That's this black here you see, I believe, so there's no data, right? We actually fare pretty good in this regard. Fear of failure, right? Fear of failure is a massive one. If we have people who are too risk averse, then obviously you can't be an entrepreneur. It's tough to be an entrepreneur if you're not willing to take any risks. We only have 26.1% of respondents. This is our data from 2016 also. It hasn't been updated since then. Again, we fare better than large countries like Mexico, the US, Canada. It would seem that respondents here are not afraid of failure. They're willing to take risks, right? Yet we don't have the kind of organic growth that you see in other countries led by entrepreneurs. Total early stage entrepreneurial activity, right? Percentage of the population between ages of 18 and 64 who are either a nascent entrepreneur or an owner manager of a new business, right? 28.3%. So again, we have intentions. We are not afraid of failure, yet we have, relatively low entrepreneurial activity. Speaks directly to the barriers that we've been discussing these past few days, right? Established business ownership, only 5.3%, right? Percentage of the population who are currently an owner manager of an established business for more than 42 months. Again, this is another area where we have a massive data gap. I couldn't even tell you what the attrition rate for Belizean businesses is. Do Belizean businesses fail on average after 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? How many businesses make it past 5 years? How many businesses transition from being a micro enterprise to a small? Right? Micro being less than 5 employees and small being between 5 and 19. Right? No one really has a handle on these things, and these are important data points that we need to make, to make informed decisions in terms of policy, and to allow entrepreneurs themselves to make informed decisions when it comes to their businesses. All right. So all we've been talking about in the last few days, right, is that we've been able to flesh out the different dimensions of women's financial inclusion, and there are 4 primary dimensions, right? Legal, political, and regulatory environment, institutional capacity. Here we talk about institutional capacity of policymakers, government, but also the private sector, right? Because the private sector in other countries, for example, are primary actors in terms of technology, innovation, moving money, supporting other entrepreneurs, right? Social and cultural environment, again, these social norms that we have. Individual capabilities and resilience, so the individual capabilities that we can leverage from the population, right? So under the legal, political, and regulatory environment, we think about the existing policies, laws, and regulations supporting or limiting women's rights and empowerment, right? The fact that underrepresentation in key decision-making bodies such as the legislature or even in the C-suite in many companies, right? That directly affects the success we'll have in designing gender-inclusive products, services, policies, right? If it's very difficult, and I'm not embarrassed to say this, it's very difficult if me and a bunch of my buddies were charged with developing a gender-inclusive product to come up with something that will truly fit the needs of women, right? Because we're seeing it from a different angle. We're not seeing it from the lens of women. And this is what you have across the world, right? Underrepresentation in the C-suite, right? Underrepresentation in national parliaments, right? Corruption or harassment. How are we promoting women leadership, right, through policies and actions? So I gave you, I had mentioned it in day 1, but these are some laws that are still on the board in Belize. So listen to this first one. This is from the Belize Income and Business Tax Act. The income of a married woman living with her husband shall be deemed to be the income of the husband, and shall be charged in the name of the husband and not in her name nor in that of her trustee. That's in law. That's it. Let's chalk it down to its old legislation, right? Written in a time when it was okay to write these things, but that's still on the books, right? I can tell you, I lived in the US, and when my wife and I were filing taxes, the US tax system allows you to say you're married but filing separately. You can also choose to file jointly, but you don't get stripped of your agency like the current law as it's constituted in Belize strips women of their agency, right? And I didn't include it here, but just for more information, for this not to happen, the law says that the woman or the wife must write a letter to the Commissioner of Tax to say, don't treat my income as that of my husband. Right?
And oftentimes, we are writing it to women themselves,
Right. Another really kind of another weird one. No person shall employ during the night in a public or private industrial undertaking a woman or a person under the age of 18 years. Right? You could understand the 18 years, but a woman, what's wrong? And then at the same time, right, we hear all this talk about why aren't women in STEM? Why aren't women in engineering? Well, if I have a female industrial engineer that needs to be at a factory monitoring the assembly line at night, and the law says I can't hire her, these are kind of ridiculous barriers that are in place that kind of that limit, right? And sure, I bet you I bet you that there are women right now being employed at night, right? By law, it's illegal, but that's just a great way to show that we've outgrown all these old forms of legislation, right? That kind of come from a bygone era, right? Institutional capacity. How do institutions support and protect women's rights and gender equality? So we heard, for example, from Ms. Irving from the National Women's Commission about the work they do to include gender. Again, not only gender when we think about women or marginalized genders, but men, women, everyone, right, into policy making, right? To ensure that every policy thinks about the aspect of gender. I could tell you, because again, I'm in consulting, and almost every project that you have, especially with organizations such as the UNDP, IDBs, the Caribbean Development Bank, all these projects have a gender aspect of it, right? You have to account for the gender dimension, right? If you're doing a project on improving the livelihoods of fisher folk down south, there has to be a gender dimension, right? If we're talking about how to strengthen the agricultural sector, there has to be a gender dimension, right? Now, again, the major limitation is that data, kind of ties, has our hands tied, because we can't make the kind of informed decisions on gender that we like because of the lack of data, right? How much gender and social exclusion knowledge and awareness is available in service delivery institutions in the public and non-state sector, so schools, health system, police, etc. So another great example, right? I've read several times that for whatever reasons in the US, they find that the maternal death rate, right, is higher among black women than other races. Is that true in Belize? But I couldn't tell you. Right? I couldn't tell you. Right? Are Maya women in Belize faring worse in terms of maternal fatality? These are important things to know, right? Because these data points could illustrate deeper issues, right? Right? It could be that they're not accessing healthcare in a timely and affordable manner, right? To what extent do women have equal opportunities in the private sector, right? We heard about the trade license regime. We heard from someone like Ms. K. Menzies, who's an entrepreneur, a lifelong entrepreneur. Innovating, coming up with something that's entirely online, and then you go to the Belize City Council and they say, well, where's your office space? Because FYI, the City Council charges you a trade license, right? Your tax based on the square footage, right? So if you have a 100 square foot office, they charge you, I don't know what it is, $2 per square, I don't know what it is, right? Ms. Cayman just says, well, this is it, my laptop. And that they can't wrap their heads around that, right? Right? They can't even they couldn't even place her in terms of all the classes of kind of businesses you could have. They couldn't even place her and say, well, you can't get on because we don't have the name for what you do. Right? Massive barriers to participating in the private sector. How much gender equality and social exclusion knowledge and capacity is there within the private sector, right? Again, we heard from the finance service providers the way they try to incorporate gender, the way they try to come to terms, at least to come to the same level with entrepreneurs, but they themselves can't do all the work, right? We have to somehow share the burden. I gave the example of in the US. Credit card companies do what credit card companies do. The Credit Rating Bureau collects credit ratings, right? USPS collects data on addresses. The Social Security Administration has your social security number. So all the credit card company has to do is find where one of yours lives from the USPS, make sure that my social security number matches what the Social Security Administration has to me, make sure that my credit rating is sufficient for them to send me an offer, and then send me a credit card in the mail and say, we think this card will be great for you. But that's sharing the load. And that's all private sector, with the exception of course, the USPS and the Social Security Administration. But that's the kind of data sharing we need. That speaks directly to institutional capacity. The fact that here in Belize we hear about all these institutions and agencies and departments that have data and they don't want to share it, right? For whatever reason, I really can't tell the reason with sharing, right? And maybe we need a national database policy, a national data sharing policy, but we need it and it hasn't been delivered yet, right? Social norms, how do social norms contribute to gender inequality and women's social and financial inclusion? We've heard about the social norms that can lead to these kinds of things, right? In the Middle East, for example, right, the fact that you may walk without a head covering could be fatal, right? We gladly don't have these kinds of restrictions on women, but we've heard over the past few days that there are gendered social norms that still keep women out of the private sector and from being included financially, right? Social norms also affect a woman's mobility to link with others, to connect, right? We kind of cut their agency with some of our social norms. Again, how we decide to allocate assets in families, how we decide to make financial decisions in a family, excluding women and young girls, right? What social and civil society support mechanisms and institutions might enable women to become empowered. So, outside of the government, you know, what is there to support women? Well, we have the National Women's Commission, which is a start. We have the Ministry of Human Development and Families, I think the BFLA, Belizean Family Life Association. But we've heard about the major restrictions and constraints that these institutions have, right? And we've also heard from Ms. McSweeney and Ms. Usher, Ms. McSweeney from the Ministry of Economic Development, Ms. Usher from SBDC, about the massive duplication of efforts that takes place in Belize. You'll have two institutions doing the same survey at once. And no one ever thought to think, hey, you know, you work in this field, are you doing this? If so, we probably won't do the survey, but we'll do this. Let's pool our resources. There's none of that, right? And then finally, individual capabilities, right? And individual capabilities are, you know, they're a function of a lot of things, education being one. So, do women have access to education at the same rate as men? Right. In Belize, for the most part, we heard Ms. Thompson from UB say that 70% of graduates are women and people enrolling, right? Now, is that the same in rural areas? I couldn't say, right? Of the 70% that goes into UB are women, how much are from urban and rural? And if we go back to those rural populations, is it still in the woman's favor? Difficult to say, right? We don't have the data on it at least. Do women have access to professional development opportunities at the same rate as men? Right? Hard to say. But we do know that women have responsibilities in ways that may hinder them from capitalizing on any opportunities that may exist. Right? And finally, do we have the data needed to make informed decisions, right? Do women entrepreneurs have the data to make informed decisions? So, the Women Business and the Law Index, developed by the World Bank, seeks to kind of quantitatively assess these various dimensions that we've been speaking about the past few days, right? Mobility, right? Constraints on the freedom of movement, the workplace, laws affecting a woman's decision to work, pay, laws and regulations affecting a woman's pay, marriage rights, parenthood, entrepreneurship, assets, pension, right? Pension rights. Sometimes pension rights could be skewed in favor of men, right? At the expense of women, right? And this is where Belize scored. Not bad. So 9.4, below Mexico, but better than, for example, Jamaica, a Caribbean partner, Trinidad, Barbados, right? And these are in some of the ways where, or some of the dimensions where Belize doesn't do so great, right? So mobility, so we get a score of 75. This is a 0 to 100 scale. 0 to 100 scale where 100 is obviously the best score you can get. So in terms of mobility, can a woman choose where to live in the same way as a man? Can a woman travel outside her home in the same way as a man? Can a woman apply for a passport in the same way as a man? Can a woman travel outside the country in the same way as a man? Belize still scores relatively well in this dimension, right? Belizean women can move relatively freely, right? Can apply for passports in the same way for the most part as a man. A lot of these indicators do have some sub-indicators and targets, right? But it's never so simple as just looking at this broad indicator. So can a woman apply for a passport in the same way as a man? Well, if it's a man that has all the birth paper documents and everything in place, holding it, then she probably can. You got a question?
I was gonna say yes. I was gonna say yes to all of those because the only thing affecting you would be your money.
Well, that's the next one, right? That's the next one. So if we're talking about can we apply the same way, if women can apply the same way as a man, well, financial resources might be one, right? The man might say, well, this could happen, right? The man could say, well, what do you need a passport for? You don't need money for that, right? Think about all, in particular, and you know, here, think about all the large immigrant population in Belize, right? That's where you see a lot. We have these amnesty programs to try to cut down on it, but these young women, even elderly women that come from other countries, all of a sudden here, they're not regular, right? They're not regular yet. They don't get their immigration documents, but probably the husband has his things as he's working. And what do you need yours for? You're not working, or you don't need it then. Yeah.
I think more than likely, all of us will answer yes to these questions, but it's because we are empowered. You know, we are used to having our own business and we are growing that way. But there is a large number that is not where we are, and that's why it's important to have more forums like this so that we can include more women, so that they can answer yes to these questions.
Exactly. Yeah.
I have an observation too. I'm thinking that I don't want to blame you guys, but I think you're spiritually converted in this room.
That's true.
How do we get this information out there in the rural areas? What are we going to do about that? That should be one of the key things to take away from this. Because we are all in here at a certain level, we're able, I would say, handle ourselves, report. But what happened to the other women who are not so exposed?
That's true. And well, partly, we hope that everyone here would be kind of a speaker when they leave this room and be able to share, hey, you know what I heard about? This is what happens in Belize. These are the scores that we get. Because you're right, a lot of people will not, this information won't reach them, right? Right.
One observation, I was telling my co-woman here that can a woman travel outside her home the same way as a man? We can find when they specify indigenous, sometimes people don't think Caribbean people or Caribbean women are indigenous people. So I was actually in a seminar whereby somebody said sometimes the indigenous women, the husband don't want them to go, and I had to say, but you have to specify. So something like that, you can skew the results as well.
Exactly. Yeah, and this is thorough. So the World Bank looks at all these things that you're saying, right? We heard from Ms. Effinia, we heard from Danbriga the other day about how in Danbriga the taxi men have, or let me see the taxi drivers, have double the fare at night, double the rate at night. So if it was 5, it's 10. Why? Because they're afraid to be robbed at night. And she says, well, they're being robbed primarily by men. They themselves are men, and her as a woman feels unsafe to walk at night, so she has to catch a taxi. So she really can't move as freely as a man would, right? Because a man could walk. Technically, for all technical purposes, for all practical purposes, she can't move as freely as a man. Because a man will get up and walk, right? Or a man probably drive the taxi, but she can't do that. So she is directly impacted. For all practical purposes, her movement is cut off, right? How about the workplace? Can a woman get a job in the same way as a man? Well, we saw some laws on the books that would say that, for example, you can't get an industrial job. If you have to manufacture, you can't, or you shouldn't, right? There's a law prohibit discrimination in employment based on gender. For the most part, for all intents and purposes, we do. That is in our legislation, right? Is there legislation on sexual harassment in employment? We do have, but now this study also looks at the rate of effectiveness, right? And that's where we often fall short, right? I gave the example of we always hear this talk about IT vets and vocational training. How can we expect women mechanics? How can we expect women to want to go to school, to IT vet, to learn to be a mechanic, to work where? In somebody's yard, with no clean bathroom, with no HR department to file complaints or to speak about on women's issues, right? So, there's legislation on the books that kind of smooths these things out. But for all practical purposes, women have these constraints, right? Yeah, go ahead.
I have slightly an issue with that because let me use your example, mechanic. Why would you want to have complaints and all that? The mechanic, a mechanic, or certain professions have certain things that has to go with it. So you can't expect as a woman to have a 5-star bathroom and a mechanic shop.
No, but there are some minimum standards.
I know. But
Yeah, no.
And most of them do. But what I'm saying, what I got from my society is that, okay, if a woman is involved in this type of profession, certain things must be done to accommodate her. I don't know that is.
Well, I would argue, fair point, I would argue that a clean bathroom isn't only for women, but also men.
Clean but safe and separate from a man.
Yes, clean and safe and separate from a man, right? I go to say that a lot of mechanic shops I've seen, all they have is a fence, right? And that's fine for men, right? Right? Let's be real, right? That works for men. They don't even have a bathroom, the fence is alright. Not even a bathroom. But I understand your point, and it's not about, because that is a slippery slope. That thing where, and this is what women don't want, well, let me not speak for women, but you certainly don't want to be babied and say you guys need special treatment. But a clean and separate bathroom, I think, is for men and women, right? It's not only for women, right? But what are the prospects? Again, the prospects look grim if I want to be a woman, especially a woman going into a male-dominated field, right? Because, sure, I'll have to accept, if I'm a woman, accept that this is a male-dominated field, and I'll encounter some things that make me uncomfortable. But that doesn't mean I don't have the right, or shouldn't have the right, to maybe have someone to speak to in the company, right? Because if I go, and because I'm a woman, the male mechanic passes lewd comments, I don't think anyone could say, well, part of the job, right? That's not pleasant, and it violates her human rights, no? But fair point. But I'd argue that these things are largely human rights, right? So in terms of the pay dimension, does the law mandate equal remuneration for work of equal value? Yes, we just had the minimum wage law passed for $5, right? And even before that, the minimum wage was set for everyone. But again, when we talk about for practical purposes, where would you have a lot of women working? Domestic housework. How much domestic housekeepers have their social security paid for? Right? Are they even paid minimum wage? Especially if they're immigrants. Probably not, right? Can women work the same hours as men? No, we saw just for example that we have legislation in the books that goes contrary to this, right? Can women work in jobs deemed dangerous in the same way as men? Well, apparently not, because industrial settings apparently are great for men at night, but not for women, right? Are women able to work in the same industries as men? Again, we saw, right? No, right? And for practice, again, theoretically we could have a lot of things, but if for all practical purposes women are not able to access certain industries, certain jobs, then it's like it's not there, right? The chance is not there, yes?
Regarding this, like our development, we have like CPOs come and parents that operate at night. Women are working. This is affecting women. I don't know if these women know or the employers know that they're not working.
Well, it's the thing, the line specifically for industrial, yeah. So I guess they wouldn't label a BPO as an industrial setting. So industrial here we're talking about maybe a factory, an assembly line, stuff like that.
I think actually, you need to be aware that even though it's in the law, it's not the practice, it still can be done, outdated already, and that's why
Mhm.
the law is, we're doing an entire evaluation of the law right now. The changes, updating aspects of the law. But it can't be done, you can't still work in industrial company as a woman. You can't. You can't. It's an outdated law. And there are many things in the law and other laws in the constitution that are so archaic and that will be removed.
Yeah, exactly. That need to be removed. Right? So marriage. So we score perfectly here in Belize. Is there no legal provision that requires a married woman to obey her husband? There isn't. Is there a legal provision? Sorry, that should be right. We don't have that. Can a woman be head of household in the same way as a man? Yes. For all legal legislative purposes, yes. Is there legislation specifically addressing domestic violence? Yes. Right? Can a woman obtain a judgment of divorce in the same way as a man? Yes. Right? Does a woman have the same rights to remarry as a man? Yes. Right? Now, we've also had the discussion on social norms. Does a woman have the same rights to remarry as a man? Yes. Is she judged the same way as a man? No. Right? So these are real barriers, socially erected barriers that impact women, right? Right? A woman obtaining a judgment of divorce seen pretty differently than when a man seeks divorce. Right? We heard from I don't remember who it was. Or I think it was speaking outside with one of the attendees, that she actually had to quit because she was pregnant. Right? Man, hey, you're having a baby, pat on the back, congrats. Woman, go, you're pregnant, you probably can't do your job for the next few months, XYZ, right? Go ahead.
There are employers that secretly, when you get pregnant, as soon as you go on maternity leave, they put it as holiday and severance and everything, and you can't come back.
You see?
You can't come back.
And this, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it happens a lot.
It happens in the private sector here in Belize. Some employers do it, and I am actually told that an international embassy does it for Belizean local employees.
That is illegal.
Yeah.
And it is illegal.
That is illegal and you can't take that.
Mhm.
I had tried to encourage one of the victims to complain to the country's office because it's one of the country actually has one of the best maternity benefits for women, whereby you stay home an entire year before you go back to work.
Yeah, that should be looked at.
And then their representatives here are getting rid of people, women who are pregnant and they go on maternity leave and they're not asking for money.
Yeah, and I'm sure those things happen far more frequently than we like to admit here in Belize, right?
I was surprised. I didn't know that was.
It would rest easier if I leave and I'm saying if that ever happens, you're supposed to report to the Labor Department and the Labor Complaints Tribunal, and there's a tribunal that deals with those issues. So as women, we need to know that and share that information, right? Because that is illegal.
Yeah, illegal, yeah. Even like, for example, we worked also with the ministry on the minimum wage project, right? And the fact that we have a large segment of our population is indigenous, right? Not only, of course, we have Maya, but we also have Garifuna. We have 3 different Maya dialects. And then we always hear, oh, well, for some reason they're not participating in the same rate as other groups in the private sector, etc. When have you ever seen a job notice in an office in Kechimaya, Mopan Maya, Garifuna? Garinago, sorry, the language is Garinago and the people is Garifuna, right?
The language is Garifuna.
The language is Garifuna, right? Where can you see that? And if we're talking about inclusion, shouldn't we cater to those people as well? How can we expect someone who's Garinago to feel comfortable going to a job, right? if there's nothing there that speaks their same language, right? At least a job notice, notice on the board saying, these are the labor laws. The same thing you said, for example, that if you encounter these things, that's a legal complaint. But if you have everything in English and they can't read English, or they have difficulty, or they don't feel as comfortable reading English, then for all practical purposes, they're kind of left out. They're excluded, right? I was surprised actually when I went on to working on a project trying to get some data. I went on a Guatemalan government website. You could translate the Guatemalan website into all the Maya dialects that they have in Guatemala. And it's about 4 or 5. I didn't even know they have Petén. They have several Maya languages, dialects. And you could translate the government website so that they have access to it, right? How about parenthood in Belize? Is paid leave of at least 14 weeks available to mothers? Well, yes, by law, right? We heard though, sometimes that might not in practice, and that's illegal, but in practice it might not be implemented. Does the government administer 100% of maternity leave benefits? In the public sector, I would say yes, for the most part, but in the private sector, that's a tricky issue. Is paid leave available to fathers? No, I don't think so. Grant, yeah? 3 days?
Depends.
So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Depends on where you work.
Excuse me? Discontinue after COVID? No, but
It depends where you work.
well, it depends where you exactly. It depends where you. That's interesting. Uh huh. Wow. See?
Yes.
Social Security does not offer paternity leave. There is a difference. Social Security offers a grant to fathers on the birth of one child in a year, any year.
If the mother does not apply.
If the mother is not
Qualify
working or
for it.
qualified. A grant, but it's a different thing. The CBA is not Social Security. Social Security, a father gets a grant, $300, right?
Right.
For a child that is born in any specific family. Under CBA, that's why Ella said it is different depending on where you work. Under
Yeah.
CBA at Social Security, staffers are given 5 days. Fathers.
That is Social Security staff.
CBA under a collective bargaining agreement.
DFC or government.
DFC is 5 too.
Okay. But you see, these well, for all intents and purposes, I think the private sector has free reign to do whatever they want in terms of paternity and maternity. Which would have been 3 days.
Not at the CBA. There are 2 different issues that we're discussing.
Yeah,
Under
no.
a collective bargaining
Yeah.
agreement, you can negotiate with your employer.
Yeah.
If you have a union,
If you have a union, but in the private sector, no.
no.
It was only 3 days on a Social Security.
Not even leave.
Oh,
Not-
okay, see?
Social Security scheme.
Mhm.
Everybody, once you're an employee, the Social Security scheme does not offer paternity leave. That's a no.
You see?
They offer a grant, which is a money, a $300.
Okay, you see?
When that's all of Social Security deals with is paternity.
You see?
Wherever you work, whether it be private, you can negotiate with your employer. You know what? I'm a young person, a young male. Can I get a benefit called a paternity leave? And if you can negotiate it with your employer, he may give you 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. That's up to you and your employer. That agreement.
Mhm.
Government, I don't know how government does it. At Social Security Board, the employees.
Oh, okay,
Because they're
see?
unionized staff, we negotiated for a staff to have 5 days
Oh,
paternity
okay.
leave. But that's the employees of Social Security Board.
I got you. You see, that's interesting. But this paternity leave thing is important, not because men deserve days off, right? But think about
Women need help.
she has exactly the maternity leave and it's currently stipulated. She does everything because the man has to say, well, I have to go to work, right? In other countries, European countries, for example, men share the load because they could get paternity leave without any fear of being fired or any reprisals from the employer, right?
I think mine from DFC does the same thing.
Yeah, the DFC is given 5
Collective
days.
bargaining, the same collective bargaining agreement like
Yeah, that's
those
correct.
because they're the same union.
Okay.
So, but I remember indicating it was not in the bargaining agreement, and a guy was sent home by the supervisor just on their own discretion. And then when they had the collective bargaining agreement, then they decided to include it, and they started with 3 days at first.
Okay.
And then so by now it's a week. So
Well, at least there's some headway in this topic. But you see, these things are important, right? Because then essentially we're saying that all the work at home should be done by women. That's why you get to have days off, but the man doesn't, right? Does the law? I mean, some countries even, and that's because it'll take us a while to get to that point where we have paternity leave guaranteed. And I bet you when we do, we'll say that you have to be married or at least come along. Some countries, just by being the father, right, you get paternity leave, right? So yeah, in most of these European countries, just simply by being a father, you get paternity leave. Yeah.
just one quick thing, you have to put immediately at the birth of the child, because some fathers
Yeah.
1 month after one of them celebrate or 3 months after because they want it for full day vacation.
That's true. That's true.
I mean that just sorry, that just how some
No, that's true. That's
you
true,
have to
right?
put immediately at the birth of the child, and then
Yeah.
and then 1 child per year, because we know some men want to have 2, 3, and we don't be physically can do that. So, 1 child per year.
That's true. Right? How about entrepreneurship, right? The entrepreneurship, that's such a good point. When we talk about the entrepreneurship dimension, does the law prohibit discrimination in access to credit based on gender? No, right? But we've heard over the last few days about, for all practical purposes, the things that do limit access to credit because you're a woman. The holding of assets in the name of the man, etc., right? Can a woman sign a contract in the same way as a man? Yes. For all intents and purposes in Belize, yes. Right? Can a woman register a business in the same way as a man? Yes. Right? Can a woman open a bank account in the same way as a man? Yes. You know, by law, but again, we've heard about the practical, the real life barriers that they face. Right? For example, documentation. Ms. Menzins brought up a good point about all these know your customer requirements for banks. Right? They're not frivolous requirements, you know. Banks have to know their customer. We have to cut down as best we can on money laundering and financing of illicit activity. But sometimes they can be burdensome, especially in an environment where it's already hard to come by some of these identity documents, right? Even for Belizeans, much less to imagine an immigrant in Belize that has to get naturalization papers, that has to, register their kids, etc. Right? It becomes difficult. Assets. Well, again, here in this aspect, in this dimension, we score well, but we've heard about some of the issues women face in the real life in terms of ownership of assets, being able to move assets, being able to pledge assets, etc. Right? Pension. Again, we score well in this regard. Are there ages at which men and women can retire with full pension benefits equal? Yes. Right? Are the mandatory retirement ages for men and women equal? Yes. Right? So we score well in this dimension. Right? But again, that's just one index, and that's just to give some kind of insight into what these international institutions assess when they assess a country like Belize, what exactly they're looking at, right? And though we don't score dismally, there is a lot we can do to score better, right? Most importantly, there are a lot of things we can do on the ground so that things run smoothly as possible, right? So that we do have laws that ban discrimination, but that in effect they're practiced and implemented, every day in the workplace, right? Because one thing is having laws on the books, but if we have discrimination, for example, when a woman is pregnant, we know it's illegal. Well, that's one. So we have the law that says that's illegal. We have someone violating that law. What are our conflict resolution mechanisms? Our complaint mechanisms. Is everything working well, right? So it's something that forces us to kind of look at the whole picture, right? So with that, I think it's time for the tea break. We'll take about 20 minutes, and then we'll come back and speak about what we're doing globally to address these issues, and in particular the MSME strategy in Belize. Right, so thanks. I'm glad to see everyone outside networking and talking. That's also an objective of the workshop, right? To have people who would not normally meet because of different industries, different sectors, to come together and meet and share ideas and hopefully build some rapport so that maybe we can address some of these issues collectively moving forward, right? What we'll do now in this presentation before lunch is to go over how we can think about designing products, services, interventions, policies that can help us address issues from a gender lens, right? If you think about a diagnostic tool that you can use to, or kind of layout of a diagnostic assessment for financial inclusion in any context, Belize or otherwise, we start with two very basic sides, right? The supply and demand side, right? We have the supply, financial service providers, money lenders, mobile wallet companies, etc., that provide the means, the services that entrepreneurs and women need to be able to be included financially. But then we also have the demand side, right? And we also, as we've seen, we often have a mismatch in terms of we demand convenience, we demand to have technology like what you could find in other places of the world, but the supply side hasn't caught on yet, right? So on the supply side, what are some of the issues, right? Limited financial infrastructure and reduced connectivity. So Ms. McSweeney from the Ministry of Economic Development pointed out that they're in charge of securing and mobilizing investment for public infrastructure. Now the first thing that comes to mind when you think about public infrastructure, roads, bridges, but in this day and age it's much more than that, right? We're talking about servers, we're talking about databases, we're talking about how to manage large amounts of data, right? That is public infrastructure. Now the whole shift to e-governance, that essentially entails a restructuring of how we do governance, how we administer services in the public sector. And like Mr. King said, it's not just digitizing a form. Now we're going to have to think about where do we store all this confidential information, right? Because we can't have Harold's information, for example, social security number being leaked or being erroneously mapped to someone else, right? Wrong birth dates, etc. Right? High costs. So there are high costs for a lot of these things. Some of these costs, for example, we have an import regime that is burdensome, that is expensive. So when financial service providers want to bring in the kind of equipment or things they need to be able to increase their capacity to manage data and employ technology, it costs them, right? And these are cost-benefit decisions that have to be done in the boardroom and among the C-suite. And sometimes things have to be prioritized, right? A bank will prioritize maybe opening another branch than investing in a server room that maybe costs $500,000 to be able to go fully digital, right? These things happen. These trade-offs are happening as we speak. Limited financial infrastructure, complex or inadequate financial services and products. So there is also something to say on the regulatory side about what we can do as a country to kind of smooth things over or make it easier for financial institutions to provide some of these services and products, right? We know about the strict requirements when it comes to AML, anti-money laundering, and combating the financing of terrorism. We know that sometimes we're unjustly scrutinized, not based on our national standards, but based on the standards of what larger advanced countries dictate, right? We also have, the fact that markets can be concentrated in urban areas, for example, or there could be regional differences. A bank or a financial service provider as a business, just like entrepreneurs in this room, you're obviously not going to go sell to the empty house. You're going to go sell at a packed crowd, right? And banks are the same. If they see that business comes in from urban centers such as Belize City, Belmopan, San Ignacio, they're going to focus on those areas, right? At the expense of maybe rural areas, but again, there is a valid decision behind. Valid logic behind that decision to provide to urban areas as opposed to rural areas. And this is where we would like policymakers to come in and give them the kinds of tools they need or the support they need to be able to access rural areas. So one of the ways that the government can do this, for example, is electrification. Right? BEL has a massive rural electrification program on the way. That's one way to ensure that people at least have access to electricity to run computers, a modem, have access to the internet, etc. Right? On the demand side, we have, for example, poverty and informality being, persistent kind of, barriers to being able to access financial services and technology, right? Poverty here is a primary determinant, for example, in how much education someone receives, how much training they can receive, their exposure to different things. We have a lot of Belizeans, I would suspect, that haven't even left the country, right? Or that have never left the country and never will, right? Again, the attendee pointed out so well earlier that we here might be a capsule of the converted, right? We're the ones that have been fortunate enough to travel to see things and how they work in other places, whereas some people don't have that privilege, right? Lack of trust. We spoke about the lack of trust that may exist when women try to access financial products and services. Ms. Balami gave a great example of what a South African bank did to kind of address that trust issue. Simply by having women ambassadors at kiosks, they found that the uptake for their financial product went up by about 50%, right? Just having someone to talk to, right? We are in the digital age, and sure, a lot of people prize or look forward to convenience, not having to deal with anyone, just click. But some people still favor the personal approach, right? And we have to be able to cater to them, right? And they have found, for example, that bank in South Africa that among the poor and working class women, they predominantly favor that personal approach. Because all these things were a bit too faceless and kind of, difficult to understand, right? Limited information on the demand side, right? We know about the issues that entrepreneurs can have in terms of financial management and record keeping. That's a clear issue for the finance service providers, and low financial capability, right? So what we end up at when we address all these things, so also on the supply side, we may have often complex dispute resolution mechanisms, right? That make it difficult for banks to provide the services that they need. Because, for example, if by onboarding X amount of clients, right, with maybe relaxed due diligence protocols, you have to get into it with the regulator. That's going to be a barrier, right? It could be a massive fine. You're not going to look forward to doing it. On the demand side, of course, low population density in rural areas and geographic complexities can lead to issues there as well, right? So, data and product design. So collecting data here is not the end. We know about issues with data, but that's not the end. It's what we do with the data. It's how we transform that data into insights and into products and services that can support financial inclusion and women's financial inclusion in general. And this goes for policymakers in the room, for practitioners in sustainable development and financial inclusion, for financial service providers, but also for entrepreneurs, right? We heard from Ms. Griffith, the owner of Hello Body, how she has started branching out to male customers, right? Thinking about what men need or what men want, designing products that could suit them, right? So it's also important for entrepreneurs to, when they look at how they develop their business lines and their products, to also view things through a gender lens. Hey, is this useful for women? If not, why isn't it useful for men? Is this useful for men, right? Is this useful for now the transgender people? Is this useful for the LGBTQ community? Do they feel included with my product? If not, why do they feel excluded, right? We have to be intentional and sincere with product design. So it's not about pinkwashing like Ms. Balam mentioned yesterday, right? It's not just putting frills and saying women are gonna eat this up, they love it, right? It's being intentional. Does this address the problems that women have? So I don't know if you guys know about the owner of Spanx. It's what is it? It's like what do you call it? A shaper, right? She's from Atlanta. She's from the US, I think Florida, and she's actually one of the wealthiest women in the world right now. And she started that business from scratch, and it all started from she had an engagement that evening, and she wanted something that could kind of provide that shape, that support. So she cut a pantyhose And she used it as a shaper, and the company was born there. And she said, "This is if I'm feeling this issue, other women are feeling it as well." And today she's one of the wealthiest women in the world, and Spanx is one of the most successful. Obviously now she's branched into everything, including lingerie and all kinds of products, right? But it begins with being intentional and sincere. She wanted to solve a problem that she had personally, and she went about solving it right in a sincere way, especially from the perspective of women, right? From a woman, right? So when we want to have an intervention that will have a lasting impact on financial inclusion, right, we first have to scope the issues. It's a four-step process. We have to then come up with what the implementation or intervention that we believe will be able to address these issues. We have to implement. We've heard over the past few days that seems to be a massive issue in Belize, right? We have all kinds of plans and policies, and execution is often lacking. And one of the reasons execution is lacking is because we also miss part 4, right? Monitoring and evaluation. Where were we to begin with? Where did we want to be? And at the end of 5 years, did we get there? And if we did, what was the level of success? And if we did it, by how much did we miss that target, right? So what do we talk about when we discuss scoping the issues, right? In order to determine if a financial inclusion project will enhance economic empowerment in a given context, we have to understand what type of project might be most effective, right? Hence the use of a scoping study. So assessing wider issues of gender inequality, determining the baseline, right? We've heard here from audience members that it's never so simple. It's seldom as simple as, oh, the law says this shouldn't happen. We see in practice that discrimination does happen, right? So we have to assess, even when we're designing a product as an entrepreneur, we have to assess what's going on. The law says one thing, but is this really what's happening, right? Are women, given the fact that, for example, we discussed that men don't have paternity leave, at least not on the law, wouldn't an entrepreneur be well suited to provide some kind of daycare service or some kind of insurance package or some kind of product that allows for men to maybe get some kind of days off, some kind of way where they could reimburse the men for days off if they pay a premium, etc. Just throwing things out there, right? But this is where we look at everything and we say, there's a gap here. Ms. Menzies mentioned she and her co-founder, they looked at the universe of business models in Belize or businesses in Belize, potential businesses, and they said there's a major gap here. The PG entrepreneur is not connected to the Belize City consumer. Let's fix that, right? And most importantly, determining the baseline. Now this often, well, almost always you need data. In the absence of data, you have to go out and collect it yourself. But that's expensive, as we've heard from the panelists yesterday. But these are the kinds of things that we need to do. If we can't do it on our own, then maybe it's important or intelligent to pool resources with others that can support us in collecting the kind of data that we need to make things come through. Right? We discussed the different issues that when we assess the wider issue or the wider issues of gender inequality, we know the 4 dimensions, right? The regulatory and enabling environment, the institutional capacities that are there, the social and cultural enabling environment. What kind of norms will I have to tackle, right? Individual capabilities and resilience, right? The individual woman, what is she facing on a day-to-day, and what can I do to address these things through the design of my product or service, right? Of course, determining the baseline, collecting available data and relevant research. We know, given data issues, sometimes the onus is on the person willing to do the intervention, collecting data themselves. I can tell you from my work in consulting that we almost always have to collect proprietary data just because of those gaps that are there, right? Determining which primary data is required for determining our program focus and as a baseline for monitoring, right? This is where we pick indicators, for example, that we think are important or that we believe are important for a particular intervention. We have to allocate resources and plan for evaluation. It's not just go, right? You have a boat, you send a boat out, boats almost always have bilge pumps, right? And the bilge pump kicks on when there is excessive water in the boat, a form of monitoring and evaluation, right? You can't just send the boat out there without the bilge pump. Because you won't even notice when there's too much water under the floorboards and you start sinking, right? So there has to be some way where we monitor and evaluate progress and what we've done, right? And we also have to analyze, we have to not only collect data, but analyze and present results, right? We have to be honest with where we are. We have to say, you know what, I've been able through this product design for men, I've been able to tap into a market, I've been able to access now 500 more men than I did last quarter. Or from the public policy side, you know, our intervention in boosting mobile money has supported X amount of female entrepreneurs. We have to be forthcoming with the data and the results. Then we get into project design, right? So at the design stage, we need to make some very important decisions. We need to define the objectives, we need to define the scope of work, determine the most effective use of resources, determine who we will collaborate with, who are key stakeholders, right? Define, of course, value for money. Where will we get bang for a buck if I'm an entrepreneur? What is the most logical way to go about this? Right? We have to be clear and we have to be sure that we get sex disaggregated data, right? Do our best to kind of separate, to identify the different trends among men and women, right? Be clear about the goal of the program, right? Is the program aiming to help all women or poor women only, or poor women as well as poor men? So the example that Ms. Palam gave yesterday about the South African bank, Time Bank, right? They had a specific purpose to increase financial inclusion among the poor in South Africa. And they set about doing that. And what they did to go about addressing that is they realized that, well, when you're a low-income family, where do you spend most of your time, or where do you do most of your business? Not the mall, right? At Gucci or Rolex. It's at the corner shop buying groceries. So what did they do? Well, they put the kiosks to open bank accounts in the grocery store, right? And that's how they reached the population that they wanted to target, right? That they targeted from the beginning, right? We have to be clear on what the goals are in terms of our broad gender equity goals, the target here or the objective here, or is it only focused on financial inclusion, right? Something like what the Time Bank did in South Africa goes broader than just financial inclusion. We're talking about gender equity because we're talking about ways that women can save and then leverage savings, leverage financial literacy to kind of be entrepreneurs and to just generally be more participatory when it comes to economic decision making and economic development, right? We have to know the financial system, right? We have to know about the regulatory framework. What are the restrictions? What are the regulations that I have to abide by? We know about know your customer requirements. We have to be able to internalize these things and say, you know what, I have to do this as a minimum to be able to be okay with the regulators, right? We have to be able to, as best as possible, maintain a diversity in terms of suppliers and involve different stakeholders in the process. Right? Like I said, most projects in consulting, for example, you can't run across a project today that doesn't have a gender dimension because it's part of everything. And that wasn't the case a few years back, right? 15, 20 years back, that wasn't the case. But now if you're doing a fishing livelihoods program, you have to account for gender, right? If you're building a road, for example, the redevelopment or the redevelopment of the coastal road highway had a clear gender dimension in terms of helping people along that road and in communities that are close by to the road to develop ways to kind of take advantage or capitalize on the fact that this new infrastructure project is underway, right? So, for example, what are some of the activities that have to take place for a financial inclusion program at a macro level? Right, we have to have policy dialogue. Right, we have to be able to identify those stakeholders that are important in terms of policy and reach out to them and speak to them. Right, speak to them about the particular issues we want to address. We have to do our research. We have to network. This being an example of networking and facilitating. Right. Building hopefully lasting connections with other audience members. And saying, hey, I work in data. Hey, I work in policy making. Hey, I work in rural communities. Let's do something. Let's pool resources. Let's do something together, right? And of course, doing our best to build the capacity if there is a lack of it through training programs, right? And if we identify that we can't do something because there is this lack in specific capacity, well, how do we get that capacity that we need, right? On the individual side, right, on the micro side, for example, do our best to educate ourselves on what financial inclusion means, what is financial literacy, what are things I need to know, right? Skills exchange, right? We heard about the ways that UB, for example, from Miss Thompson yesterday, the way they're helping individual students, get involved and understand the inner workings of companies, etc., through their internship program, through their partnerships with other educational institutions, transfer programs, exchange programs, right? We have to do our best to secure civil society support. They're important players, right? We can't discard them. They have the grant money that can help us do really transformative things in terms of financial inclusion. And professional development, of course, right? Allow, provide the kinds of opportunities for our young students, young girls and women in particular to develop the know-how they need to be able to come back and be sustainable development practitioners and especially support financial inclusion. So we talk about implementation now, getting down to the nitty-gritty, getting out there and doing this, right? Again, we have to fill any gaps in our baseline data. We have to think carefully about governance arrangements. We have to be careful with how we pick our partners, right? Think about how to represent the program to local partners. I bet you if you're going to a rural community in Belize with some financial inclusion project, the first people they're going to encounter are probably the men if you go to a village. You're probably going to encounter the men and they're going to say, well, what are you here for? Well, I'm here to do this project on boosting financial inclusion for women, giving them access to a mobile device. I said, but they don't need that, right? So we have to be sensitive about how we cross that topic with them. We say, well, you know what? We understand there are certain community or village practices, some customs, but we think what we're doing here will help in XYZ. We have to be thoughtful about who we engage with the populations we want to serve, right? We have to be flexible, right? Markets are dynamic, and we need to be able to respond. We spoke about the capacities needed for sustainable development. One of them is the capacity to adapt to shocks. We need to be able to, when we encounter that person who's hesitant in a rural community, to work with them, right? To adapt, to tailor the intervention. I've worked with we worked with international clients, for example, from Guatemala, when we propose something and they say, well, that won't work. Not in Guatemala. Well, why? XYZ. We have to go back to the drawing board, right? And we have to kind of re-strategize and think about what we're doing much more carefully, because there's some context there that is important to take into account, right? What do we need to take into account when we start looking at choosing partners? Well, two main aspects: power, the ability to influence objectives, and interest, how much they care, right? So, for example, you want to maybe address education in a refugee camp. Who's really interested in addressing these kinds of issues? Right off the top of my head, the Red Cross, right? Red Cross has significant interest in addressing these particular types of issues. Well, who has the power, who has the ability to help me to achieve these objectives, right? Well, probably an organization like the UN, right? Or the International Development Bank. Or if you're trying to address it in the Caribbean among immigrant populations, probably the Caribbean Development Bank, right? You have to be able to identify who has the power, who has the interest, and that helps us tailor our approach, right? Our focus, how to approach these stakeholders, right? So this is a simple framework that is often used to kind of assess or to choose the right partner. So we have a grid. It's not a stakeholder power interest grid. On the y-axis you have power, on the x-axis you have interest. So if you have a high power, low interest stakeholder, you could do well by empowering them, right? you have a high interest, high power stakeholder, obviously you want to collaborate. If you have a low power, high interest stakeholder, well, you want to keep them informed, right? And if low and low power, low interest, you want to just monitor the stakeholders' reactions, monitor their input, see if there are any avenues for further dialogue, but you know that they're not the priority, right? So for example, let's do a practical example of someone with high power, high interest, right? If we go down south and we want to improve the livelihoods of fisher folk, men and women, right? Who has high interest in that happening? Well, the Belize Fisheries Department. And they also have significant power too, right? Because they draft laws, they recommend policies that have to be put in place to govern and oversee the fishing regime in the country. So if we're doing that project, we probably want to collaborate with them. They're probably going to have the data. They're probably going to say how much fishermen are in each co-op. And they're going to say, well, fishermen predominantly fish for lobster. These fishermen from here predominantly fish for conch, right? That's who we want to collaborate with. In terms of high power, low interest, we could think about, for example, maybe the Ministry of Economic Development, right? High power, they could unilaterally, in some cases, execute policy that could have a lasting impact on all livelihoods, not only fishermen, but maybe the particular folk issue is not of paramount interest, right? But we certainly need to empower them. We certainly, hey, Ministry of Economic Development, this is what we're doing, right? And our objectives are X, Y, and Z, and this is what we think is important, and keep them up to date on what's going on, empower them, let them know that this is happening. But they're not necessarily that keen on that particular issue, right? Then finally, monitoring and evaluation, right? Monitoring is always helped by involving stakeholders in the process, especially those who are familiar with the markets being monitored, right? If you want to implement a rural financial, a fintech in a rural location, right? You want to get input from the people living in the rural area. You're not going to come to Belize City and say, well, what you guys think the rural area needs? And that's actually what happens a lot in policymaking in Belize, right? Cadres of people that come from, urban settings, the larger locations such as Belize City and Belpan, deciding what should be implemented in Santa Cruz down south, for example, right? And that just doesn't work, or at least the track record shows that it's not as effective as we like it to be, right? Representation is important, right? Representation in the C-suite of companies, in executive positions in government. We've had the privilege yesterday that the panelists were all women, right? Holding senior executive positions in some of the largest institutions in our country, right? That's important, right? We have to be able to measure the impact against the baseline at the end of the program, right? Ensure that lessons learned are used in future program design. This is important, right? We've had a bunch of policies and strategies that aren't implemented effectively. And what we do is we just essentially renew the policy without incorporating those lessons learned. Well, why weren't we able to implement this policy, right? I can tell you, for example, the MSME strategy that was last done in 2012 before the most recent one. So there was a 6-year gap, and each strategy really is only for about 4 or 5 years. There was very little to kind of get an idea on why it didn't work, why implementation was so lackluster, right? Because monitoring and evaluation was an issue, right? How do we go about probably establishing some of the goals and objectives that we want to pursue, right? Well, there are several frameworks, one of them being the SMART framework, right? In terms of our goals, we have to be specific. What exactly is a measure of success? Is it the percentage of women with a bank account? Is it the percentage of women between the ages of 18 and 25 with a bank account? Right? We have to be specific. We have to be able to measure progress. They have to be achievable goals, right? It wouldn't be realistic to say by the end of 2030 Belize is going to have a space shuttle program, right? But we certainly can have 97% of the population connected to the national electricity grid. That's probably realistic, reasonable to assume, right? They have to be relevant. The goals reflect your organization's priorities and the larger socioeconomic context, right? And time boundaries, we have to be able to set a timer on when these goals will be met, right? We plan on reaching our objective by 2030, then let's do our best to to achieve success by 2030. And if we don't achieve success by 2030, then why didn't we? Right? So example on the development of indicators, right? So if your goal is to increase women's and girls' opportunities to participate in and stimulate economic growth, well, what are some of the possible indicators? Percentage of businesses owned by women, women and girls employed in the formal and informal sectors, women and girls' access to markets. If we talk about empowering women and girls to enhance gender equity, right? What's a woman's decision-making power in the household, right? Have we increased it? Have we passed the necessary laws? How much laws have we passed in the past 5 years that support or that strengthen the woman's right to have an equal say in the household, right? To increase a woman's or a girl's resilience to sustain a livelihood, right? What are the income levels? What is this disparity there? Do men in Belize earn more than women on average? Is it industry specific? Right? I suspect that women on average earn way more than men probably in, I don't know, cosmetology, right? In the cosmetology industry. Just because most of the entrepreneurs in that industry are women. But I think the reverse is true maybe in construction, right? And we have to be able to pinpoint these things, to quantify these things, right? A gender responsive or gender sensitive indicator measures gender related changes over time. Right? It's no good if it's just a snapshot. Today, the average pay of women is X dollars. We have to be able to monitor how that changes over the next few years or whatever time span you see fit. Right? Definitions of women's empowerment can often be problematic and sometimes difficult to measure, but we have to do our best to kind of bring heads together and say, well, this is why we think this is important, right? A multidimensional, multi-level approach to empowerment is often required. Right? So again, the intervention recap, right? We need to scope the issues. As an entrepreneur, policymaker, department, ministry, we have to design a project that helps us achieve or address these issues. Implementation, sort out, this is the back end, this is the back end of the business side, sort out governance issues, choose the right partners. And we have to do M&E, right? Monitoring and evaluation, right? So lastly, in the last 15 minutes, before we break for lunch, I'd like to go over one of the most significant policies in the last few years dealing with economic empowerment in general, because it's a national MSME strategy, which also has indirect impacts, or in some cases even direct impacts on financial inclusion, right? So the MSME strategy in Belize was developed by assessing the Belizean entrepreneurial system based on 4 pillars, right? And these are the 4 pillars you see here: entrepreneurs, enterprises, industry, and national, right? What do we talk about at the national level? Well, employment and labor laws are important, the financial markets, infrastructure, right? What's an example of financial markets? Well, for example, in the US, it's relatively easy, for example, to top a startup and go public. There are exchanges where equity can be traded and be bought. Someone here can open a company, go public, issue 5 million shares, and I'm on a years and then go buy 10% of the shares. There's an exchange where these things can happen, right? Financial markets are open to business. In terms of industry, well, what are the market structures? What are the regulatory frameworks? What is research and innovation like, right? In the age of climate change, we often talk about, you hear the buzzwords, climate smart agriculture. Well, how can I have climate smart agriculture if I don't even have access to internet where I farm, right? This is where we talk about the industry level things, the market structure and also infrastructure. Enterprise, right? What's the capital like? What's the capital, the resources that are available, and what are the capabilities to transform this capital into something useful? To transform it into wealth or profit for me, the entrepreneur, and to transform it into a product or service that consumers will want to buy. And also culture, right? What are some of the social norms regarding entrepreneurship and business that I have to contend with? Right? So between September 8th and October 30th, 2021, more than 330 business owners and entrepreneurs responded to this survey that we administered. Right? We got after looking at the cleaning, managing the data, cleaning the data, we had about 296 valid responses. And these are some of the highlights, right? The majority of firms are either micro or small, right? 55% of all micro enterprise owners were women. I think we went over this statistic yesterday as well, right? So the majority of micro enterprise owners are women. And there is a major gap when we look into small and medium. There's this gap that really can't explain why women aren't transitioning to small and medium enterprises at the same rate as men. Right, here we go. Male owners outnumber female owners 2 to 1 in small and medium enterprises, not micro, right? 45% of firms started to increase use of digital platforms during COVID-19. Right? We discussed how crisis often brings opportunity. And now we see that the digital pathway to commerce is viable and it can be done. It's been happening for the past few years on Facebook and all social media platforms, right? And also MSME support, which was designed to kind of address the massive economic downturn, sudden shock, only reached 27% of firms. So there was an issue even when the problem was identified. Hey, we have a major issue here. Majority of our firms are micro. They're going to need some, an immediate injection of capital to stay afloat, right? Even correctly assessing that, we weren't able to get the help to the people that most needed it, right? And in doing this, developing a strategy, more than 30 stakeholders from all over the country were spoken to. And here's just an example of the stakeholders that were consulted, right? The Caribbean Development Bank, Caribbean Export, the Belize City Council, the universities, the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, all valuable stakeholders in the process, right? PACT, the Belize Red Cross, right? The government of Belize, right? We couldn't put them all, but several of the ministries under the government of Belize, right? Statutory bodies included, the SIB, right? So what were the results of the assessment? Well, we have six cross-cutting challenges were identified, right? And then I'll get into the specific ecosystem challenges. But one, lack of transparency of government policy continues to impact the private sector, right? These things continue to be an issue, right? Lack of market openness. Our trade regime is often very restrictive. It's often hard to import and it's very hard to export. Right? We heard it directly from one of the entrepreneurs here that she wanted to send products to Taiwan. They said that when it reaches a port in the US, it will be confiscated and destroyed. Well, why? Because it doesn't meet quality controls. Well, how can I address those quality controls? Well, go look at the Belize Bureau of Standards, the Belize Bureau of Standards. And when they go, right, they probably don't even provide that service. Right? Lack of coordination between policymakers. We've heard about the issue with kind of data guarding, that institutions that have the data that we need, they hold on to it very closely and they don't want to share, right? Informality continues to distort domestic markets, right? Ms. Griffith, for example, with Hello Bali or even Sangria Mia, they're doing their best to do this thing legitimately, register the business, right? Trade license, everything, but then you have someone informally doing the same thing and they're distorting the market because they're able to provide the product obviously at a cheaper price because they don't have to pay business tax, they don't have to pay trade license, they don't have to meet all these regulatory requirements, right? Distorting, taking income away from those that are really trying to apply their trade in a sustainable way, right? Access to finance, we've heard about the issues there, right? And also low levels of innovation, right? For a variety of reasons, right? Fiscal constraints make it hard to invest, for example, in the kinds of services at the university level that we need. For example, Ms. Thompson mentioned, or it was Mr. King from the UNDP, about the importance of innovation labs and incubators, right? When I was in the school in the US, for example, there was an entire building dedicated to idea incubation and innovation. And there was a floor of the building full from, I'm not kidding you, from floor to ceiling with 3D printers. And any student can go in with any student, he has a prototype for something in his head, go in, he talks to someone, he prints it out, he gets to test it, he gets to share, hey, you think this makes sense? Right? Of course, we don't have the resources that US universities have, but we certainly can get there, right? Little by little. These are some of the things that, some of the cross-cutting challenges, right? On the entrepreneur side, right? Key findings from the report, the elusive Belizean consumer. There is little to no data on consumer opinion, preferences, and trends in the country that can support entrepreneurs in identifying business opportunities. I couldn't tell you right now if Belizean women prefer bootcut jeans as opposed to, I don't know, what's another type of jeans, straight leg jeans. But in the States, they know. In other countries, they know. Do Belizean men prefer leather boots over sneakers? Right? And if they do prefer sneakers, what's the most popular brand? We don't have this data in Belize, right? Do women prefer this particular brand of shampoo over the other? We don't have these things, right? And that hinders how the entrepreneurs in Belize can really be successful. The struggle to buy local, right? Consumer demand in Belize continues to be met primarily by imports, right? And for some types of goods, there are no domestic options, right? Especially for manufactured and processed goods. And the reasons are valid why some of these options don't exist. The prices are high, right? If I want to produce, for example, maybe processed cheese, we know it's expensive. We hear this all the time with the dairy farmers. They can't afford the equipment just with all the duties and everything else that comes with importation to be able to provide the services to compete with imports, right? The products are to compete with imports. Demographic change, right? Belizean consumers are getting younger and younger, and their tastes are increasingly shaped by social media. Young consumers tend to be better educated, more technologically savvy, highly mobile, and more focused on experiences that brands can provide through their products and services, right? Again, data here is difficult to come by, right? How have changes, this is difficult because we never had a baseline, but how has the Belizean consumer changed in the past 10 years, right? Pervasive informality, you know about this. This is an issue because this distorts the marketplace, right? And one of the interesting findings from the study, the undervalued, what we call the undervalued 50%. Women make up 50% of the Belizean population, yet are underrepresented in small and medium enterprises, most of them being owned by men. 67, two-thirds basically in for small and medium enterprises. Yet 50% of the population is female. So, you know, the undervalued 50% is what we decided to call it, right? So roughly 34% based on the last financial inclusion survey of the Belizean population did not have a bank account. So that's an issue that regulators and the government are collectively trying to solve. But it's a status quo. At least we have a baseline here of where we need to be. We'd like to be as much as possible close to 100%. We can never achieve full 100%, but we could do our best to get there, right? On the enterprise level, right? This is where access to capital is important. Access to the not only financial capital but actual fixed assets, right? How easy it is to get a tractor that you need to be a farmer. So one of the key findings was rejected. More than half of all MSME owners who are confident to approach banks for financing are unlikely to be successful. More than half, more than 50%. Because we asked respondents, hey, do you feel confident in approaching a bank? Do you think you have the records that you need to dialogue with a loan officer and say, hey, I want $10,000, here are my sales, etc. They said, yeah, I'm confident. And they were still, among those that were confident, more than half were likely to be rejected, right? There's some living in the past, right? The reliance, again, there are good reasons for this, but the reliance by banks on immovable assets such as buildings and property for collateral significantly limits the supply of capital for MSMEs. We've heard from Ms. Kramer, for example, from the ABL, that things are changing slowly, right? they're doing their best to come to kind of, when you talk to a child, come down to the level of the entrepreneur, the small entrepreneur, and say, okay, we understand that you might not have, 100% loan coverage with assets, but we're willing to work with you, right? At the time the strategy was developed, that was still a major issue, right? At least the respondents said that was a major issue, right? Belizean students continue to face limited opportunities at public schools due to fiscal constraints, right? So the majority of the students simply are in public schools, but those public schools are subject to massive constraints, right? In terms of resources that they have. So they're already at a disadvantage compared to maybe someone who attends a private school, right? And what results is that you have a lot of people leaving the country, right? A lot of university students, for example, that go abroad to study and don't come back. And you can't really knock them for it, right? Untapped potential in spite of structural challenges in education, results show that MSME owners are well educated. So this was kind of a contradictory finding, right? I'm sure there are issues there are always limitations in surveys, who you reach. You might reach a sample that just gives you the result that particular result you wanted or didn't expect. But we found that MSME owners, the respondents in the survey, were well educated, right? The proportion of MSME owners responding to that survey with at least a tertiary education surpassed the national labor force average. So these MSME owners had tertiary degrees, right? They're educated, and yet those people we would think the capacity or the knowledge to be able to really capitalize and grow a business, they themselves don't have the resources to leverage their education, right? Less than 20% of MSME owners are likely to secure bank financing, right? Less than 20%. At the industry level, right? We found that we have to really be clear on what our economy is founded upon, and we found that it's all about the tertiary sector. It's the most active sector in terms of MSME participation, and women dominate several key industries within the sector. Right, just for context, the tertiary sector includes wholesale retail, right? Everything essentially that is not agriculture or secondary like construction or mining, etc., fishing, etc. We're a service-oriented economy, and there's nothing wrong with that, but yet I get tired of it. You hear we have to be like the number one exporter of rice or sugar or whatever. Hey, maybe we'll never get there. Maybe that's not our forte, right? Maybe we should focus on what we do well and what our economy is built upon, which is services, right? Tourism and all the other professional services and wholesale and retail and all the other things that we can do well, right? And if you want to certainly help entrepreneurs, then maybe it might be important to help those that are in the most active sector, right? Lack of representation. Primary sector enterprises are likely underrepresented and underserved, and greater efforts should be made to enhance inclusivity. So we did note that, well, there could be an issue here, a data limitation, is that the fact that the people in the primary sector just don't answer this survey. We did our best to use digital tools that didn't even need internet. So this survey you could have filled this survey out without internet, totally offline, and we have collected through a tool called the Kobo Toolbox, right? But there's always that issue. Innovation in Belize is significantly limited due to the lack of capabilities and the lack of incubating institutions that typically foster innovation in other countries. Again, in other countries, and this is where we spoke about the other day, sharing the load. In other countries, the government doesn't really have to do everything. In other countries, this innovation aspect is carried out by universities, think tanks, idea labs. They invest and they get this done. And it's for the benefit of the country and the benefit of themselves as well. Right? And of course, duplication of efforts, we spoke about that, right? The lack of coordination, policy overlap, and a weak track record of implementation, right? 60%, so this was a good one, 60% of all MSMEs in the manufacturing sector are owned by women. Manufacturing, right? We spoke about the implicit biases we have when we place people in industries. And if someone tell you, 60% of women in manufacturing, you said, no way, right? You think that's a male-dominated field. Well, based on this very limited data point, again, 296 responses, we had that 60% of all MSME owners were in the manufacturing sector, right? And they were owned by women. Finally, at the national level, right? We have an underdeveloped financial market, right? The lack of a capital markets and limited opportunities for equity and risk financing make it difficult for that small company to grow into like that unicorn, right? Right? It makes it very difficult for like a Facebook to come out of a Belizean dorm, in much the same way that it did in the US, right? And that also provides a lack of incentive to transition to more accountable forms of incorporation and to prioritize good governance and effective management among MSMEs, right? Logistical challenges. We heard the great discussion that Ms. Renan said about just addresses, or I think it was in Ms. Blake from Digital Wallet. She said, well, they're trying to onboard people on the app, and people are gonna put like landing, address landing, Borough or 100 entry. And Ms. Menzies mentioned her business is specifically in logistics and shipping. And so, well, entry might not even be on Google Maps. So how do we get there? Right? It might not be even showing up on the Belize City Council maps. There's some entry somewhere that hasn't been accounted for, or maybe 100 the 100 street number doesn't exist. Right? E-commerce capabilities. At the time we developed the strategy, these things were limited, right? We now see that digital infrastructure is changing. Mobile wallets are being provided. E-commerce platforms such as Belizean have been implemented, and they're being implemented to great success, right? And recruitment challenges. Largely unskilled labor force inhibits innovation and growth by MSMEs. Only 21% of the national population had at the time fully or partially completed a tertiary education. I think everyone is still awaiting the latest census results, and hopefully this has changed, but this was based on the 2010 census, right, which is the most recently available data point. I've been over this point several times, right, but there was also the fact that more than half of all business owners do not know what a bank overdraft is, or respondents to the survey. That's pretty significant. So what was proposed? And I invite you all to visit Beltrade's website to review this document. It's a great document. It was done through funding from the UNDP, right? And tying in everything that we've spoken about, remember the first discussion was about sustainable development and what are our commitments there. We know the primary commitments for the country are the sustainable development goals, a set of 17 goals that countries across the world have committed to achieving by 2030. So strategic thrust one, right, that the government, that the country intends to address, right? Improve access to markets. And what do we mean by that? Well, we mean the entire enabling infrastructure needed so that Belizean entrepreneurs can access external markets. And so that external markets can access us, right? And that helps achieve, that contributes to progress in these three SDGs: gender equality, decent work and economic growth, and innovation and infrastructure. Strategic thrust 2, develop a conducive business climate. How do we do that? Well, by reforming some of these institutions, we need to be able to establish a business. For example, the trade licensing regime, to make it easy for people like Ms. Menzies and future tech-savvy innovators and business owners to open a company without, or get a trade license regime without them asking, well, where do you fit, or how can it be that you could work out of such a small office, right? Enhance capabilities, invest in education, invest in innovation, right? Invest in simply partnering with others that could help us get to where we want to be, right? There's no reason why UB has to do, for example, everything in the country. Yes, there are the National Public University, but there's no reason why they have to take on the full, responsibility of ensuring innovation is achieved in the country, right? So partnership may be needed, not only between DLN and UB and between UB and what St. John's is doing now, but between UB and maybe the University of South Florida, Galen and some university in the US, some university in Europe, some university in Mexico, right? Facilitate access to finance, right? Do our best to facilitate access to those who most need it. Right? And this is not only on the finance service providers, we've heard this, right? There are also significant demand side constraints. A bank can't lend without the required documentation. So if documentation is an issue, let's help people document their transactions better, right? Let's help them keep track of their financial management in the appropriate way. Ensure policy coherence and effective coordination. Work together within ministries, between public and private sector, with civil society. Let's all be on the same page. Let's not continue to duplicate efforts. If you're doing the survey to assess this, well, you do the survey, I'll do something else. Let's not both do the same survey. Alright? And strategic thought 6, establish required institutional and governance framework. So this was a major one that what recommended is that a national committee be established to simply focus on the issue of MSMEs, right? But we need effective governance here, much the same way that a C-suite in a company or a board of directors provides oversight and the kind of governance framework you need to be successful as a private entity. We kind of need that level of strategic decision making to make these interventions work, right? And with that, I conclude. Any questions before we go off to lunch break? I do recommend you guys, that you guys visit the Trade's website. They have not only the MSME strategy, but recently completed national investment and promotion strategy, or national investment promotion strategy, NIPS is what they call it. That was done in 2021 or early 2022. And there's a lot of insight there. So in the NIPS actually, for entrepreneurs who are interested, we have a pretty extensive fiscal incentives program, but again, one of the issues is it's hard to come by information on how to do it. And even if you identify, hey, my business line might be well suited to get a DPA license, so designated processing area, right? It's what's formerly called the EPC. That essentially is an area that allows you to produce for export, and you get to be exempted from all duties and taxes and importation, etc. Right? But then you go and the document requirements are extensive, they're burdensome, you can't get certain things, the people you think are supposed to help you get certain things can't help you get it. But I do invite you guys to check out those strategies and policies. Any questions as we wrap up? Yes, Ms. Craig from the Central Bank will give a presentation. Any questions? Yeah. Well, the free zones are EPZs. Then I think Santander is an EPZ. I don't know the universal EPZ. I know Santander is one. I know the free zones are. I don't know if there's another entity operating on an EPZ.
Okay, the free zone is operating.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we have these things on the books, but again, for all practical purposes, they're not accessible to entrepreneurs or to everyone to take advantage of. Anyone else?
Why aren't they accessible?
Again, document requirements. You're taking the documents. What we've heard when we were doing the strategy, you say, hey, we spoke with some entrepreneurs. Have you ever thought about this? Don't even talk to me about that. I tried. I go, they tell me I need this, I need that. The same thing we spoke about the past few days. You need 20 documents. When you go, turns out you need 25. And the 5 that you don't have, or the 5 that you can't get, or that you vote to get, and well, we can help you. Right. Any additional questions? All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Lunch, food and refreshments outside. Then we'll come back to a presentation by Ms. Craig from the Central Bank on financial inclusion in the country. Thank you.
we won't achieve, right? We won't achieve sufficiently. We could use our limited resources and together we can make more progress, but separately we make less. Yes, Denise, you had something?
So this national financial inclusion strategy, this will be run by the central bank.
The central bank,
Like meaning holding the banks and the other financial institutions accountable and making sure that all of this happens, that falls under the central bank.
the central bank is the driver of it, and it's not just the financial institutions that we try to hold accountable, but also entities. And if you park your question a little, I'll tell you a little more about the actions and who owns the actions. Okay? Because we came up with 26 actions that our country needed at that time in 2019 when we launched this. And clearly, we had owners for each of those actions, and we've made some progress, not as much as we wanted, but I would say COVID did put us on a little slower progress.
Because one of the things that and it always stuck in my head, and I'm sure other people that were trust that you mentioned in a previous slide. People want to feel as if though they can, or they don't feel that they trust the financial institution or ourselves, as you put it. But then who do we hold accountable in these different parts?
We'll talk about it a little more. I see your point. But the thing is, if you understand what your needs are and what services you require, then you can negotiate that. You're in a better footing to negotiate that with a financial institution. And we do tend to have this tendency not to read the fine print. You should read the fine print, know what you're getting into. But there are some other legal underpinning that we are working on, and I'll get to those, that can help us to build trust in the system. Okay? So we have the legal and regulatory environment. We know we need to improve it. At the same time, as regulators, like the central bank, we need to ensure that all regulatory capacity is enhanced. So if there are new products and services in the sector, then we must know how to regulate those services and those products. And then the financial infrastructure. We need more technology. We need to develop our financial infrastructure. And I will boast, I'll be the first one to boast, everybody knows the apps, you've heard about apps. How do you transfer money from bank A to bank B? What helps you to move your money from bank A to bank B without stepping your foot in the bank? And what is that online banking connected to? The who? That's not just a facilitator. The internet is just a facilitator. What's apps? Our national payment system, the automated payments and security settlement system. So every time you go on bank A and you go to their online portal, you're sending money through apps to bank B. So we created this payments superhighway where money is transferred.
Is it very expensive?
Of course. To build it and to maintain it. Well, that's what the banks charge you. That's not what the central bank charges the bank. No, I can't go further than that. But let's just say it's much less. It goes to the cents for the transaction because we have to maintain the system. And it's a very complex system. It's a very complex system, and we built it at the central bank, so we're very proud of it. And we keep developing it. Right, so we know that those are the enablers. Those foundations are the enablers. And then we have to have drivers. One of the major things we need is innovative distribution channels. So we need internet in Halapte. We need internet in Pachacan. We need internet every part of our country. If we don't have that infrastructure, it will really suppress how much we can progress when it comes to financial products and services, right? So we have been pushing with the telecoms to get countrywide internet access. But first, of course, you have to get electricity. Then we're looking at solar. So there are lots of moving parts, but that is one of our national trusts. Then we want tailored financial products and services. Remember, we need the products that women need, we need the products that students need, we need the products for agribusiness. Agribusiness is one of our major sectors that we want to promote access to financing. And you know, it's difficult for farmers because, and I am hoping that the climate change, I mean, a nice feeling that I never knew existed with climate and all of these things, green building, great job. Yeah, so we're hoping now that there is financing available for all these green products for agribusiness. Especially since that farmers get caught up in this vicious loop. 1 year drought, they had to borrow to plant, then drought happens, then they lose their harvest, and then they have to borrow again, and then plant again, and then floods happen, and then they can't pay back. So we need to find the products that are suitable for farmers, understanding the challenges that they get into. So those are things that we need to we have been talking about in financial inclusion. Then of course, the third pillar is financial education and capability. We want preschool children to understand how to save, piggy bank, get back to the piggy bank, save, and then understand what are their wants and what are their needs from preschool up to tertiary level institutions. We did have Galen and UB a part of the strategy building, and we need to get other tertiary level institutions. I have a friend over there that I'm going to contact to make sure that we start to proliferate financial education. So we need that. The central bank has really taken on the responsibility to try to educate the public generally, and we need schools, and we need institutions like Beltrade to promote more training that is for adults in our communities. And then the fourth pillar, very important, and that's one of our infrastructures that we're building for trust, financial consumer protection. If we have a law that supports that, and we'll see that at the central bank, we already drafted a law, and so we're doing some evaluation of that law. We need for you to be protected, and we're saying both the consumer and the provider must have their levels of protection. Okay? Because we do know that people borrow sometimes and don't want to pay back. So we have to protect the provider also. As a regulator, we have to do that. So let's look at some of the initiatives that we as a country decided we needed to do. And I hope you can see. But if I look at the bottom pillar of public and private sector commitment, you will see that we want to improve cross-agency and cross-sector coordination. We need to improve data collection. And from the central bank's point, we started to ask the financial institutions to disaggregate the data that they provide on how much credit they issue. So don't tell me you issued $1 million in credit. We want to know which, if they're male, female, by gender disaggregation. We want to know by urban, rural. We want to know by district. There's a whole list of things, and they had to take some time to start to collect the data in this disaggregated fashion. But now, I think for 2021, right, Jair, that's the first year we really got good disaggregated data from both banks and credit unions. And we'll show you some of those results when it comes to data that we have collected. From the supply side, we thank our friends at SIB. SIB has included a financial inclusion module in their the labor force survey. So we collected data in 2019 and 2020. We did not do 2021 because of COVID, and then they're collecting again then 2022 was to be for the census, so we'll collect again in 2023. So in April, the labor force survey should give us new data on the supply side. That is what, on the demand side, I should say, what people are demanding. The supply side is from the banks. Then if we look at the legal and regulatory, you will see that we have been upgrading our regulatory framework, and we had the digital signature law enacted, and that came from the Ministry of, which one of the ministries, Shire? It was the Office of the Prime Minister, Investment, yeah. They pushed through a digital signature legislation, which is one of the actions that we really wanted to support financial inclusion, so that your digital signature is official. And then enabling the financial landscape. We want to reduce the cost, Denise, of transactions. So we want to encourage lowering of those fees and charges. Yes, and we do understand that the financial institution has to survive too. So we have, as a regulator, we have to do the balancing act, okay? So we're looking at that, we're studying it, and we are trying to see how we can better manage it. And a biggie, shared services network. Do you know what shared services network is? Who knows? Gosh, I should have brought some prizes. Sorry?
Question again?
Yes?
What was the question?
Oh, the question, repeat it. What is shared services network? I have it at the bottom there. We said that we want to credit unions to invest and increase capacity to connect directly to the national payment system. Because when we started apps, it was only the banks and the Treasury Department that was connected. So you could send money from Treasury to a bank and from bank to Treasury and that kind of thing. But we have a large population of credit union members. So we worked very, very closely with credit unions over a number of years to bring up their core banking system, their governance, their structures, their procedures, so that they have what is necessary to connect to apps. We're actually in the user acceptance testing phase, so by mid-year, we're hoping that that becomes live. I'm sorry, but I really don't know what that program is about. Is it all credit unions, or is it a specific one? I shall be sure to ask, and if you give me your name, I'll get that answer for you. I'm not sure of the status of the smaller programs like that, but I'll check on it. Great. Right, and we did some data modeling with the help of the IDB. We did small area estimation, data modeling, and so we know exactly where every ATM is in the country on a map, and we know where where people have lower or have poverty levels, the different poverty levels, I should say, within our country based on the map of our country. So we have some modeling that we have been doing to show us exactly where we need to improve. And we're hoping that financial institutions help us to use that data to bring financial services to those areas. You will notice that one of the things I should have pointed out back here, when we're looking at financial services through agents, we understand it's expensive to have brick and mortar buildings all over the country, for a financial institution. So we need to be able to create that framework for them to use agents. But we have to have agents that are accountable. If they're going to be taking people's money and then transferring it or paying people money, they have to have sufficient cash on hand. We have to make sure that there's, we have people that have integrity and are accountable. So we have drafted a law that is actually a regulation for the national payment system that allows for agents to be used. And agents will come with their own criteria that they must adhere to. So my village may have the alcalde being the agent for financial services for some institution, and will have people will have access to financing. So that is one of the things that we're developing when it comes to regulations. All right, so here we were talking about, where is my SSN? SSN. So the credit unions are going to be, we have brought them to where we're testing with the banks to make sure that the transactions can flow easily and that they can reconcile, they can provide reports. So what is happening is that the Credit Union League invested in a system called Shared Services Network. Shared Services Network will be connected to apps at the central bank, and the credit unions will be connected to SSN. So they will be able, from their credit union, send money to SSN and then send money to a bank, and banks can send to a credit union seamlessly. Okay, so clearly credit union member service, the access to services will increase. So we're working right now in user acceptance testing, which is a very rigorous procedure for us, and we're hoping to have that soon. Then the other good access, good piece of infrastructure that we're doing is the establishment of a credit registry, so that you could know your credit rating. And if you have your credit rating, you can then negotiate with a financial institution when you want access to credit, right? So the law, if you have been following cabinet briefings, the law is in Parliament. And once the law is passed, I think it already went through a reading or two readings. And once it's passed, then we can start the process of finding, building either a credit bureau or a credit registry, and educating Belizeans. It's again building the trust, because then we have to make sure that that data is confidential, it's secure, we get the data that we need, we get people's permission to collect their data, so that if they want a credit report, they have access to it. So the law covers all of that, and then we will decide which direction we will go, be it a registry or a bureau. One is privately owned, one is publicly owned. So we decide on that. So another project that we had decided that we needed to do as a country is to develop a secure transaction law and a movable collateral registry. That again is a big initiative. The Ministry of Investment has started on that project, and I'm hoping that that takes root, because here in like some countries in Africa, you know what is collateral? You know you need collateral if you go for a loan, right? So what is collateral? If you're a farmer, your cow, your sheep, your tractor, those are collateral. So they use that in the movable, they are registered in the movable collateral registry, and gets you access, because those are assets, right? They get you access to credit. And it works fabulously in some of the other developing countries in the world. So we need that kind of thing. You have assets. You may have your sewing machine. You may have some food processor. Whatever you have as a small business, those could be a part of your asset. So that's an idea that we're working on there. And then when it comes to innovative channels, you will see that we want to expand financial service via mobile technology. You saw that there are three digital wallets that are in production right now. The National Bank, Digi, and Belizean eCash are all in production, and those were as a result of our trust to innovative distribution channels. And there are other service providers who have approached on different types of innovative financial products that we have to assess, because we have to make sure that safety, security, reliability of these systems before we approve or give licenses. And we talked about the draft regulation. And then when it comes to tailored financial products and services, we know that we need to reduce barriers to customer due diligence. How many of you have been to a bank and they ask you for your ID, your electricity bill? We need to be able to apply those consistently, because that's a part of our requirement. If we need corresponding banking relations, we have to adhere to international standards. However, some institutions will have more requirements than others, so we want them to be consistently applied. And in addition to that, what we want to simplify. If I'm doing transactions that more than 500 a month, why should I have to do the same requirements or provide the same documentation that somebody who is doing 500,000 a month? We need a tiered approach, a risk-based approach to customer due diligence. And we at the Central Bank drafted that simplified due diligence criteria. And right now, the financial institutions are studying it to provide their comments, so that we can encourage more people to come into the formal banking system. We prefer you in the formal system than saving money on your mattress or that kind of thing. All right, so we also need education. We need to scale up sector-specific education. We're right now in another study. Remember, we're knowledge-based, so we're always studying. We're studying the demand for finance for MSMEs, and we have people in this room who have participated in that study. And we're hoping that we can see, we have data to decide targeted initiatives. What is it that MSMEs really need and how much they need? So we're looking at that right now. We should have that study out before mid-year. The IDB again is helping us with that study. In addition to the data analysis side of it, that study will also tell us how we can better collaborate on data collection. So if Beltrade is collecting some data and SIB is collecting some data and Central Bank is collecting some data, DFC doing their own data, I heard Atlantic Bank doing their own data, why can't we have a common place for all of this data that we can all have access to? Of course, some of it has to be sanitized. You can't just put anything up there, but sanitized data that we can all access. And it doesn't make sense for all of us to be collecting the same data. You collect this, I collect that, and we decide, So that is what this study will help us to see all this data that is being collected and how we can better use it. We know data collection is an issue. And then consumer protection is our next pillar, and we do know that, as I indicated, we have drafted a financial consumer legislation to protect both the supplier and the provider, and the customer for financial services. We also enacted a deposit insurance law. Do you know what a deposit insurance law would do? Tell me. Come on. I see some of you falling asleep, so let's get the assessment going. Insure your deposit, that's a good start. Anybody wants to add? So where do you have a deposit? Or a credit union? Right? In the event of a failure of an institution, which we don't want to happen, we don't ever want to happen, that at least a percentage of your savings in that institution is secured by insurance. So, yeah, we have the law passed, and now we need to set up the infrastructure. So many things the central bank has to work with a few people. So we need more resources. We do need to set up like a deposit insurance corporation to manage all of this. We have the credit reporting system, we have the SSN. So these are all the things we're working on, and we're doing quite a bit of it. There's a ceiling and a percentage, but the law is, I think it's on our website. I can't remember exactly, and I don't want to say, but somehow 20 is in my head. I don't remember exactly what it says. Because we did that like 2-3 years ago. All right, so everything we do this theory of change. We look at what is being done, what has it achieved, what are the outcomes, are they directly attributed to the outputs, what's the long-term impact. So before we proceed on anything, we look at the theory of change, and I just thought I'd throw that in there for the students. Look at the theory of change. All right, let's look a little bit more about monitoring and evaluation. We use data. These are some of the data modeling that I was telling you about earlier. The orange ones shows our poverty rates in our country. The darker orange is where the higher poverty levels are. The lighter orange is where there's more prosperity. And then the blue one shows the household with accounts. The darker blue are the ones with less accounts, and the lighter blue have more accounts. So and if you look, well, we can zero into the villages with these maps to see which village has account, the household has accounts or not. When it comes to monitoring, we have a governance structure. There's a National Financial Inclusion Council. Then the central bank has a secretariat, so we are actually responsible for ensuring that the actions are taken from the public and private sector. We try to encourage that, we try to assist and support those. And we form 4 task forces that help us to, they come together and say where we are on each of our activities. You know, the people who have to do the actions are in task forces, and they give us updates. I think we have meetings set for next week. We have quarterly meetings with all task force members. So some of the indicators, well, these are the things that we are tracking. Remember we talked about access, usage, and quality? So we track those. And globally, there are indicators that you should track for financial inclusion. So this is a busy slide, but what happens is that you will see urban and rural communities, and by district. So in the first, I can't use a pointer here, but you will see that Toledo is in dark blue, and let me start at the brown. The brown is Corozal, then the gray is Orange Walk, the yellow is Belize, Cayo is blue, San Crete is green, and Toledo is the dark blue. So though this shows the supply side, and it has the data that we collected at the central bank, and you will notice that there's urban and there's rural. So you will see that in the rural communities of Corozal and Toledo and some in Cayo, there is not sufficient access to financial services. If you look at there are no branches as such. ATMs, if you look at ATMs, we have quite a bit of ATMs in Belize City, in Belize District, and both in the city, the yellow, both in the city and in the urban areas. And we don't see any ATMs in rural Corozal, rural Orange Walk, or rural Toledo. And you know, this shows us a big, where or gaps are. If you look at the final chart there, that is point of sale systems. And again, Toledo and Orange Walk are our 2 underserved communities. We could go a little deeper. Let's look at access. Deposit accounts by gender. we will see Belize district in the middle there, where women and men are almost equal with access to deposit accounts. You will see Toledo, that on the far, what is that for you? Right? Your far right, that Toledo district, men are more dominant in having accounts. And you would see, the difference throughout the country, and you could see the cultural impact. And when you come to debit cards, other question, sorry?
Observation, if you go back to the previous slide, because I
This one?
yes, I work at Social Security and I'm thinking Social Security right now. Some years back we implemented that you have to have a bank account to get your benefit deposited. And I'm looking at that and I'm saying Toledo, and I'm thinking that many women in Toledo do not have jobs, they don't have work, employment. So that is possibly why, because I know when that policy came out that you have to have a bank account, most people in other districts that work had to open a bank account. But these women don't have jobs, so they didn't need to open up a bank account, but the men did. So I think that's one of the main reasons why Toledo is that.
Right, and there were other government initiatives like in 2020, when COVID came in, when we had, government giving assistance, it had to be deposited to a bank account. We had a rush of people opening bank accounts. But at the same time, there were those people who already had bank accounts who did not use their bank account because they didn't have any money going in there or any money in there because they had to stop working. So there are lots of dynamics happening, but we need to be able to understand what these are. So I'm hoping now we go back to Social Security and say, listen, we need to find another way to pay the women. We need to give them a store value card, something.
But you would have to contribute more for us to do that.
Contribute how? Tell me.
Your salary.
Well, it's a social program. Yeah, I always believe in Social Security as a social program. Yeah, we contribute for each other, right? So you see, these are good data for you to know and understand and help use it to impact your country or your job, your community, whatever the case may be. Maybe we need store value cards and we need a point of sale system down there so they could buy with the point of sale. So those are interesting things. So number of debit cards, we thought debit cards are becoming so popular. There are lots of people using ATMs and debit cards and all of that. So we did track that, and you will see that in Belize district, the men have more debit cards than the women. You will see the same in Cayo, Sand Creek, Toledo, all the districts. So men seem to like the debit cards rather than cash. Women are very much cash based. Let's move to electronic payments. Account ownership, we tracked these from 2014 to 2021. We did have there were two competing things happening during COVID. People were opening, but people were not using, and there are several things that could account for it not going up sufficiently between 2019 and 2021. There are instances where KYC may have come in, where we need know your customer, due diligence. So that is one of the reasons that we have been really pushing for a simplified and a risk-based customer due diligence. And let's look here, we're looking at savings. So who is saving more in 2019? Women are saving more. Men, well, COVID again happened. So the women use their savings to run the family. That's what we think. Right. So then we look at the other part of this. Informal saving, which means your syndicate and your susu or you, whatever the informal saving is, who is doing that? Women. So you are doing the informal saving also. So clearly you understand that you need to save. So now we have to understand how we can better get credit so that we can expand.
I like how you call it informal saving, but is it really informal saving?
Well, because it's not in the formal financial system. Yes, but it's safe. Suppose the person with the syndicate decide to not pay you. You don't earn interest on your syndicate. Mind you, other people like syndicate. But you know, it's informal.
But I think it's very, I know this slide, the fact that it kind of speaks to the trust issues that we've heard about, right? For some reason, there's this lack of trust in the 4 month system, but there is trust here in the 4 months, I think, or among friends and family, so it's really an interesting position.
Agreed. That was our thought also. And we do know our culture, and so it does speak to that. Um, right, so let's see, this is the last one on loans. Men are getting out the loans more, but in 2021, we saw that women were getting more loans, although the number of loans themselves decreased, right? We didn't have enough jobs, we didn't want to take the risk of getting a loan during COVID unless you had some industry that you knew had to take off during COVID. And then borrowed money from sources other than the financial system. So again, informal borrowing from your savings group, your clubs, your syndicate, your money lender. Well, I shouldn't say money lender is informal because money lenders are formal now because the central bank regulates money lenders. They're part of the money lenders. Pawnbrokers and money lenders come under the same act. So we recently assumed responsibility for them, like what, 5-10 years ago, after the law was passed. So, yeah. So that is some of the statistics with men. And then, right, so the quality of service. Remember we were looking at supply, our access and what is it? Usage, and now we're looking at quality. And we're saying that financial services are too expensive. We fully understand that. 2019, it get more expensive. If we look at fee not expected, you got a fee, a charge that was not expected, that went down a little because financial institutions are now warning you more about fees. And we ask them to, like, on their portals, on their online banking, they have to tell you every fee that they will charge you for every transaction type. So you will see that. That's why you know it's $1 here and $2 there. The ATM has to tell you 50 cents for this transaction. Are you willing to pay? So you know, when we ask them that every access point, they tell you what the fee is. And then because you do not have the necessary documentation, you could not get products or service, that went up to 21.56 from 17.2. So documentation is an issue. And we don't like to document. We don't like to keep formal documents as a people, but we need to be better at ensuring that we have documentation. Now, in our monitoring and evaluation, we have specific indicators that we track. And we track them as much as we can. 2019, and the one I will point out here, the 2022 is our target that we wanted to reach, but unfortunately, again, we blame COVID because we didn't see people opening accounts enough. We didn't see savings increasing. We saw savings decreasing. We saw a number of adults who borrowed from financial institutions decreasing. We saw that the credit index, which is a World Bank index, is at 20% still. We want that to go to 40, and we're looking at percentage of adults who made or received digital payments in the past year. We noticed that again also decreased, but then if you don't have money, you can't make digital payments. Another set of indicators that we continue to track, the access points, because that's an indicator for financial inclusion. We are doing pretty well, but we haven't reached rural communities sufficiently. So we need to get agent networks going. We have surpassed the total access point per kilometer squared, but that's because our communities are like clustered, you know. So when you take a bigger radius, we are doing well. We are also doing well with which was the other one that we're doing so well? I guess none of these. But we want, if you look at percentage of school age children who receive financial education as part of their curriculum, that data we got from the Ministry of Education, and we got the 2019 data at 73.4%. But what we want for our country is 100% of school age children having financial education in their curriculum. So we have been speaking with the Ministry of Education to see how we can get that. And we expect tertiary level institutions who really do not have to go to MOE for curriculum development to include financial concepts in all of their trainings and their courses.
This 73% include the children coming across the border.
It includes all primary school because they had a program where they were doing financial literacy in primary schools, but I don't know if all districts have it. That was the data we got in 2019. I will say, because when we asked, we just tested a few more staff living or informally here for us, living Toledo, different parts. As we said, if you children bring home from work for financial concepts, we just ask them that. I mean, the data from what we will find it. She's off the mic. You're aware. So if you are aware, you should get your children to learn more, right? You all have nieces and nephews children. Help them to understand savings and spending. All right. Back on the record, the central bank actually continues to drive reform, right? And this is a picture of a small business owner, by the way. Some of the things that we found out, there's insufficient innovative products. We want more products. We have found out that data suggests that account ownership is higher among Belizean women as a whole than in Latin America and the Caribbean. So that's something for us to be proud of. Latin America and the Caribbean is about 44, I think, percent, and Belize is at 49% with women. So we're doing better than the region, but we can go to 100%, right? Despite positive evidence, Belizean authorities and private sector stakeholders have indicated that women often face difficulties in opening accounts. So we have to reduce those difficulties. Education and health are the major reasons people borrow and the major reasons women borrow. Starting, operating, or expanding a farm or a business was less cited as a reason for borrowing. So we're borrowing more for education and for health reasons. We also found that there's insufficient practical support for MSMEs, women, and agribusiness. So clearly that's an area that we need to strengthen. We need sustained support, not just a training here and a training there, a sustained level of support where I can call and say, listen, I have this business proposal I want to submit to a financial institution, but I don't know if it's robust. Is it going to help me to get a loan? And this is my plan. We need somebody to say, oh, let me look at it for you and give you advice. Or ask you, give you a checklist. Are these things included? Whatever the case may be, we need support. Access to housing loans appears to be slightly higher in Belize than the rest of the region. Belizeans have a better understanding of inflation than other financial concepts, and I would say that was a self-rated thing. So if you think you know inflation, you say yes. And so it's at 61%. We didn't test you on that one, we just took your word for it. Sorry? Yeah, you want me to test the audience? So who knows what is inflation? That's your homework. Send me the answer in writing and give you my email. Financial consumers, and then Melanie could tell you I could grade hard, right, Melanie?
Oh, yes.
I said that. But that's how you learn. Financial consumers in Belize have access to a standard suite of financial products and services. So we need more innovation. We need more innovation. So if you have your creative hat on, bring some innovation, okay? So on other things that we're doing the financial consumer protection from the legal infrastructure. Remember, that's the basis. That's our foundation. We are looking at national payment system regulation. That should be done soon. We're framing the quality of an agent. We're also framing authorized outsourcing arrangement. So if I'm a small business and I need to do payroll, should I spend a lot of time doing payroll, or can I get a business to do that for me? That's a new business, right? I do payroll for all you people, and I get a commission for doing the payroll, and then the business owner doesn't have to be bumped down as a small business on payroll. So we are also regularizing outsourcing. I'm just using payroll as an example, but it could be your IT infrastructure, it could be other things. But we are formalizing in law what you can outsource and what are the outsourcing arrangements. We're doing the tiered KYC, we're reducing barriers to account ownership. That's the legal infrastructure. On the technological infrastructure, and anybody who knows me again, I'm so excited about this. We're actually in the process of doing our research on payments gateway. That's to improve fast payments. So if you use apps, you will know there's a 24/7 payment that you could do that reaches the payee's account within a few seconds. That's instant funds transfer, we call it. That's a method of fast payment. But you need online banking in order to do fast payments. So we want to expand the fast payments infrastructure. We're actually looking at that right now, where we want your DigiWallet account to be able to communicate with a bank account somewhere else. And we want the eCash from Belizean being able to communicate with a DigiWallet account. So we want what we call interoperability. We want all the payments infrastructure to connect. And so we're looking at this, a switch, a national switch. So if you need to pay income tax, you have different methods of payment that you can use. You don't need a bank account. You could use other means of payment. A store value card is one of those things. So that is what we're working on right now. We're actually we have started the research on it. We have developed a concept paper on it. And we're seeking some assistance from the World Bank in developing the requirement specification. So we want to achieve interoperability, and we are also looking very slowly, I should say slowly, but cautiously at cross-border payments. Why do you think that? Why are we cautious with cross-border? Not at all, but that is also local. Why else?
But they have their own legislation.
That's a part of it. We do, but that's a part of it to control. We have to control of what? What happens for us. But we're just sending the money. We don't care what happens out there. Once it leaves our border.
Fluctuation of exchange rate. Fluctuation of exchange rate.
Exchange rate. Well, exchange rate stability. Remember what we have?
Yes.
2 to 1.
2 to 1.
We have to maintain that. We don't want all our money to be sent outside. So exchange rate stability. Maintain the peg. I like you. You must be a central banker. You know, we eat, drink, sleep, maintain the peg. That's our mantra, right? So we're also doing some innovation where when it comes to payment service providers like your DigiWallet and those, they have to come to the central bank. We have to do a thorough, long assessment of their financial product and service. We have to ensure consumer protection. We have to ensure reliability. We have to ensure they have the money to back it. If you put your money in a DigiWallet, we have to make sure that they have that same money saved somewhere in case something happens with their system. Your money is secured. So there's a lot of processes and analysis that we do. We have a team at work that look at all of those issues, and I think we've become pretty good at the first one that came in. I mean, we had to go to the books. What is this? How does this work? Da, 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 da. But now we've become very good at looking at systems and payments and what are safe, what are not, and that sort of thing. So, your central bank is at work. And sources, I just listed my sources, and then I had a slide here. I put Dyer and my email addresses there. Any information you need, want, share, I need your school, please. And anybody who needs to get in touch, please, you are free to do so. Give me a couple of days to answer you something. Thank you. Yeah, we put that time.
You have a mic here. Any questions on questions in the script? We have a mic here.
I just have a comment. Otherwise, I'm glad you guys are working so hard. Because otherwise, I thought you guys were just printing money and rolling over money and all of that stuff with the money. So I'm glad you
Printing money, we don't print money.
That's what I thought. In my head, that's what I
We
think it was.
take money out of circulation that is circulating. Thank you. You know which company prints the money for us? De La Rue. De La Rue prints the notes and the Royal Mint, the coin,
But it goes to them, right?
and they call it.
But it comes to you guys.
It comes, we commission it. De La Rue is a major printer because not everybody can print money. So they're a major printer in the world, and De La Rue, we, because of all the artwork and especially in the past, we have to make decisions. We have to make decisions. We have to make decisions. But the pen doesn't have anything to do with who's on the coin. Or no, that has nothing to do with it. The value of it is not in who is on it. The value remains. Okay? It doesn't matter.
It's the peace cause.
There are people, there are decisions. It could be that we go back with King Charles. It may be, but it could be that we go with maybe a national hero. So, but there's a process, there's a long process, and what will happen is after we do our constitutional reform, maybe there will be more choices.
I have a question. What is central? Yeah, what the central bank is doing, and based on your presentation, there's a lot of options that the school is available, not just to all the economic part, but for women in terms of financial inclusion. The thing is though that over the past 2 or 3 days, I wasn't here for the first day or two, but from what I've been reading, the second, the supplemental, is that women have a difficult time or a difficult case of running and maintaining their business or even starting a business and getting finances for their business. And what I'm seeing is that all these things are all nice and all of that, but then what's the cost? Will this be like an additional cost to operate? Worse as a woman that already have a stack of constraints against us in terms of starting and running and maintaining a successful business. Because financial inclusion in my mind, all of this looks nice, but if I did $1.20, you transfer $20 to somebody where I do the business with, I might just well keep my money and operate with cash rather than use the formal system. I think that is the mindset of most business owners. And
recommendations from our committee, one of the actions that we have is reduce fees. We have that as an action of the 25 actions under the financial inclusion strategy, and we are looking at it. I can tell you that definitively. But we do have to understand too, we take time because we do it properly. So we will do our research. We will never see the central bank case thing. In the 35 years I've been there, and going forward, you will not see central bank case thing. We go through a process. We have a very strong governance. We have policies, procedures. So what we are doing right now is collecting that data. You may say you pay $120 and it's less. I say, no, I paid $3. So we need to know who is paying for it. We need to understand, we need to get that data from the source. So we have collected, we need more, we have collected some, and we are in the process. But please, let me hasten to add, it's expensive to operate these systems from the financial institution side. Also, when you go over the counter, they have to pay that teller, all the work that goes on there. For the online infrastructure, there's less maybe but there's more investment, but then the cost comes down with the transaction cost. But there's still a cost to maintain the system. So we have to balance the fee and the service that you're getting. And that takes a lot of analysis. But we do have people on that project. For that initiative. Is that we want
whatever cost levied for whatever service, it's reasonable. So if it costs you $1 to do that transaction, why are you charging me 10? You know what I mean? Agree. So that and then having some regulatory to make sure that the different parts adhere to that.
we agree, but we need to understand what goes into that $10 that you're charged. We have to understand that too, not only the $1 you are charged, but the $10. How did they come up with that? Right. So we need to understand that.
Why didn't you charge me 10?
We have to understand. Because you may only see that and you don't know what happens in the back office.
No, and to add to that, you were here for day one, but Mr. King was here from the UNDP when he spoke about e-governance. The thing is that now these financial institutions are taking on massive costs because these are massive growing pains to go from point zero, we were at point zero in terms of digitization, to all of a sudden digital infrastructure for everyone, 0 to 10. So the costs up front are massive. And everyone's trying to work that out, the central bank, the financial institutions, even organizations like the UNDP trying to help government, kind of transition in a way that's not such of a sudden shock or at such a high cost.
Okay, what's up?
I see two hands. Let's go over there first.
Just a comment, because I have a small business and in real estate, everything is online and you shouldn't tell about stuff like that. And I totally understand the 250 because I get annoyed every time I transfer. But when I think about if I have to spend $10 gas, I probably transfer my 250 and I stay home because it's $10 gas and then I want something to give a coffee, I want sweet bread, and I turn to $12. So when I stay home and transfer my 250, right? But again, to me, I just want to ensure, like you said, like if they're charging 5 cents, maybe it could be $2. You know what I mean? But again, as a business owner, and I know everything is expensive, I do still understand it takes time to figure out where that's going to fit. Because they might be making nothing. It's like it costs $3 to me, but like, oh, I'm making just charge $250.
And as one said, they had to do a lot of investing also. Right? And systems are inexpensive. I can tell you from apps. Right, because even like with apps, there is a component called the clearinghouse that is normally owned by a private institution, and the central bank does about clearing at the end of the day with the time for settlement system. But because of the investment that was necessary, we didn't have a private entity it on, so the central bank took it on. And we will also take on the fast payments, but we will have financial institutions work with us with fast payments.
No, I just wanted to comment because I work on the platform as well. A lot of people don't know where transferring from Atlanta to Atlantic. Sometimes it's a regular city, so a business account, a corporate account. Yes, there's a fee of $1, but if you're transferring 5 different accounts, corporate accounts, and you live so far away, imagine the cost to come all the way into the security account when you was spending $5 for all those transfers. There's automatic transfers. If you had transferred to Belizean, there's a $3 fee for instant and you get the money right away. I don't even have to be complaining here. You sure you said that on your calling the bank, calling both banks, double checking the did you get this money or not. So yes, the fee is there. Before I started working at the bank, I said, why you guys charge me this? I'm not going to start working here to understand this is the reason for the fee. And the same way a lot of us work for other businesses or other institutions, you guys need to be paid, you need to be paid as well. So I think the $1, $2, even $3 isn't a whole, it's not a whole lot. And then it also saves a lot of people if I'm
We have to balance it.
Yeah.
okay.
That's what we do. We have to just make sure that $3 is fair. And we have to make sure that customer satisfied, government satisfied. So we're in a difficult, unique position.
Any additional questions, concerns, or comments in general?
So, in talking about the objectives, and one of the objectives is to expand financial services via SIM. So we know that, especially with women-led entities, one of the main constraints is access to digital services. So how do we balance that? We know that we have a deficiency in women having access to digital services, especially in areas like labor functions, stuff like that. So how do we balance that?
It's not really necessarily just women having difficulties with access to technology. It's a national thing, right? So, what we are trying to do is to encourage, as I said, the use of agents in rural communities. We can't expect a bank to have a brick and mortar in every district, in every village, but we need the village to have access to financial services. So the first thing we need is the infrastructure, which is technology, internet, electricity. Some don't have electricity. So we need electricity, we need internet. So we have to push the two telecoms to get the internet out there. We have to push some form of electricity, be it solar or whatever the case may be. So they need electricity, they need telecom. Then we can get financial services out there. And I'm sure banks want business, credit unions want business. If that is available out there, they will go out there and get somebody to do the financial services for them. Right? You want to expand the customer base, right? Everybody wants to do that.
And of course, with that comes the entire, opportunities for women
Exactly.
to go digital.
But the fast payments, we're hoping will bring more opportunities for innovative products and services. So right now you only have the online banking, the instant funds transfer that was spoken about, but we have more opportunities. And we did all the digital wallet and all of that, so you could do wallet transfers with that internet.
But I think, and I'm speaking from a women-led business perspective, but we're still kind of shy of using all the services, even though they are available. So we try, we see all these incentives and this promotion of digital wallets and so on, and many of our businesses are not using technology to manage.
Again, fast payments will give you access to e-commerce, an e-commerce platform, so that you could accept debit or credit card online.
Right, and that, I think talking about e-commerce and exporting, that is one of the main issues because many of the businesses cannot sell their products abroad because of the entire service payment structure that they cannot receive payments, etc. So it's like an entire dynamics there.
It's a lot, and when foreign currency comes into the country, we don't want you to change it at the common store. We want you going to a financial institution, right? And then the financial institution will have that access for foreign currency. Sorry?
But maybe
we're working on that. We're working.
Also with incoming wires, it's not one, there's a level.
Believe me, we're working on that.
And that's a
It's not very friendly to have an international client and having an international transfer. It's like, oh no, an international transfer is on those high fees.
Remember I talked about cross-border? We're exploring it. We understand.
It's a big country. And that's, I think, why it's
But we need the pay.
Yeah.
Education and ability. You have to learn to exploit these systems that are there. Use them.
Opportunities like these, so many people have access to this. Other people are there.
But a lot of them are learning, so you have to educate. But that's the thing, you see, financial institutions also need to take on some responsibility to educate their customers.
Yeah.
So we want to get to the schools, the children to the schools. Financial institutions must help to get to the adults. Beltrade has to do a lot of work to get to the MSMEs. And if all of us do it, tertiary level has to get to the young adults. If all of us do it, we have a Belize that is financially literate.
And also, so I just said, the value of money trading, how many years? 5 years? But it was very insightful because I don't know who wants to teach it, but I didn't know the
Yeah, you know your money. So, but you can always go to the Central Bank website. We are actually, our new website, one of our goals on the new website is public education. So we are trying to get more little videos on there, things to educate the public. We need to change our language. We can't be talking about interoperability and explain what that is, and GDP and everything, and explaining to people. So we need to break down our language. We recognize that. We're working on it.
No, a good comment was made here about, we're talking about women, but also elderly people who are older who may not understand these things. We spoke about earlier, and I think I agree with Ms. Gratefully that some financial institutions need the onus is on them to do this in terms of better customer service, but you can't go into a rural southern Maya community and speak English, right? You need to probably get someone who speaks their dialect to kind of connect with the consumers you want to serve. So that's a good point.
Yes, we understand fully.
Any additional questions, comments?
I think just as a comment, I know that, for instance, the HRCU and AFC, if you reach out to them, they have programs for financial literacy, so you can gather a group of persons and they can come to you and tell you about their products.
Yes,
That's good.
yes, they have a financial literacy that when you get a credit product, you have to get education on how you pay back. And it's in their interest because they don't want non-performing loans.
Exactly.
They want loans that perform, right? Great. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much, and thank you, Ms. Craig, for being here today.
Thank you.
So just some general housekeeping, we plan to upload all the presentation slides on the website along with the videos. The videos they've been streaming on YouTube, so people who are not here would have been able to follow. But we will have all that up hopefully by the end of business today, so that it can be shared. You guys can share it with people. And hopefully next year we have this again. We were able to connect even more, network and branch out even more. So thank you guys so much for attending this year's edition of the Women's Financial Inclusion Workshop.
I kept you up.